We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Welcome everybody to the Canadian stop of the LZ World Tour here at Toronto Motorsports Park. My name is Dave Egan. I'm going to be talking you through all the action today, and there is going to be a lot of action. I'm here with my good friend Jacob. Jacob, we had a wild day yesterday, but things are only heating up ahead of the main event today.
Yeah, we saw such a massive mix of cars. We saw cars break down. We saw replacement cars come out of nowhere. We saw insane battles, and the best part is now we're getting to all the guys that qualified super well. So the battles are going to get even better, and as much as a lot of people don't like rain, we got just enough rain to kind of lubricate the track and make things just even more wild.
Well, from Ireland, so we have quite a bit of experience with the rain, and right now we call this a light rain, drizzle.
Drizzle.
So it's enough to make the track really sketchy without being enough that the drivers are really going to adapt to it. So as we head to these fantasy battles, we're going to see some wild entries that are probably going to be a little bit out of control. But that's what this event is all about, guys. It's all about having fun. Your favorite content creators, your favorite builds in the flesh, head to head. Doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. And here this weekend, the Canadian fans have been absolutely unbelievable. The scene here, I've been blown away. I'm just walking around all day today. The quality of cars, the vibes, the smiles. I'm having a blast of a time. You guys have a great car scene here.
Yeah, we do our best. I mean, it's kind of nice. We have a huge build season because it snows. Like, you know, Halloween, you're starting to see snow. Cars go away. You get the whole winter to build. So we only get a limited amount of time that we actually get to go out and do this. So we spend every waking moment whenever we can to get it to the track.
You can tell because the longer the off season, the more details you see in the build. So there's a lot of detail out there. But also, we got 16 drivers remaining in our top 16 main event. We've gone to Englishtown, we've then gone to Ireland, now we're in Canada, and LZ hasn't won one of his own events yet, but he did look strong in qualifying. He's had a couple of issues with the car, so have a lot of people. I'm not sure what cars we're going to see on track later on because we're having some breakages, but everybody's just throwing cars around. They're giving everyone a chance to, you know, go out in front of the crowd, have some fun. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at what happened earlier in the competition, because if you missed it, it was pretty exciting.
Grow then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste. For the record, been a little too nice for y'all. Now I got a price for y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. A6 all the hay. I won't get a ball today. Got lost in the ball and A's. I'm flipping the balls and flipping the I still count wins when they got it. On record, off record. I let them take advantage. I was wallet. On record, off record deals. Tell them talk to college for the quote. On record, off record. I still want the act, not the ghost. Trying to make y'all comfortable. For the record, you ain't trying to grow, then it's done for you. For the record, lab on me going all the way. For the record, ain't trying to link, no time to waste.
Yesterday in our qualifying session and last chance top 16. Now we're back into battle format, but the battle format stays the same for fantasy battles and for the top 16. So let's talk you through it. If you're new to competition drifting, we're going to break it down for you. Each driver will take turn at lead and chase. The lead driver must run the qualifying line and aim to run as close to a 100-point run as possible. The chase driver must mirror the lead driver and try and gain as much proximity as possible without, of course, making contact. Our judges will determine who is the better driver over the 2 runs combined and determine the winner. In fantasy battles, it will be the crowd here in Toronto Motorsports Park doing all the judging. If scoring results in a draw, we will have one more time to determine the winner. And I said, one more time means one more time. They got to make a call after that. And a little bit of rain starting to drop here in Toronto Motorsports Park. Of course, the weather unpredictable here, just like it is back home for me. And we had a beautiful sunny day yesterday. Today, a little bit windier, and it's going to be a little bit icy and slick on that track, Jacob.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these drivers, it's going to work out really well. We saw a lot of guys that were under maybe 400 horsepower. They're kind of struggling through the larger straight section. But that being said, we had a lot of guys that put a lot of force into it, and then we're shooting off track. So this track is very difficult at the initiation point and very difficult at the very end. Everything in the middle is fantastic, and it's laid out to have amazing tandems. A lot of outside zones, not a lot of inner clips. That way guys can get door on door. So this was designed to put on a show.
Absolutely. Of course, we kick off with something that doesn't exist at any other competition. It is the fantasy battles, which means we just pick, and the drivers just pick who they want to battle. A little bit of a grudge match, a little bit of, rivalry. You want to see it. A lot of times you're waiting for it to play out in a competition. Now, we just do it. There's no point in worrying about it. We just go and we got 8 fantasy battles, all as I would say pride on the line as each other. We're going to start off with Adam LZ, the man whose name is on the gate, going up against Dave Briggs. So we got Adam LZ, international superstar, going up against local hero Dave Briggs. So Dave Briggs, talk about it. He's been around the block quite a bit, and he is a big name in Canadian drifting.
Yeah, Dave's been around for, before I even got into drifting, and he was known for running like NASCAR V8s and always having beautiful builds and making his way into FD and working under Chris Forsberg for a little while. And now, he's still driving a lot. He still runs competitions from time to time. He's running a 2-car setup here, but he is known for being insanely fast and insanely aggressive. And this battle is going to be monumental because both these cars are very quick. We have two incredibly experienced drivers.
Yeah, and this is sort of like, you know, LZ comes to town, takes on the local heavyweight, right? And this is just for fun, just for a fantasy battle. But obviously, LZ, everyone's a fan who's in the grandstands and the bleachers here. But Dave Briggs is the local boy. So which way are the fans going to go at the end of this? You guys here in attendance are the judges for our first fantasy battle. LZ to lead in Dave Briggs.
Adam LZ coming in for that initiation. Dave Briggs getting a great job in behind. Adam's starting to take away a little bit, but Dave able to get that gap closed up as they come through our second outside zone, transitioning to this power alley. And this is where Dave decides to cut the grass. Adam able to make it to both outside zones, and this is where they really have to slow the cars down. Dave needs to get back on the power, but Adam does it sooner, getting across the line.
Yeah, give us a good show of Adam LZ. I think, you know what, of all the rounds we've watched, this is the one I think he's gelled with the most. I think this track, he really likes it. The car, the E36 working really well. Had a couple of mechanical issues in qualifying and in practice, but he got them sussed. And now Dave Briggs decided to make his own track here. He said, nope, I don't think this corner is quite the direction I want to go. Straight over the grass, but still keeps it pinned. Love to see it as he transitions back, but he's coming at such a rate that he can't go back on the throttle because he needs the grip to slow down. And LZ says, see you later, which means it's lining this one up for a big chase run from LZ, right? That's what it's all about. He wants to put on a show for the fans that have come out to watch this event. And Dave Briggs, unfortunately, is now got a target painted right on that door.
Well, the hard part, too, is none of these guys have run this with this weather. So this is their test runs. We're not giving them site labs, we're not giving them practice. We just want to see what they can do. But it also shows two very experienced drivers able to go out and run a track that they don't know the conditions on and still do a good job. As much as Dave, you know, he cut that corner a bit, that's also because he's got that car pretty gripped up. So
for sure. And also LZ's thinking, I got a top 16 main event later on. How aggressive do I want to go? Do I want to put, you know, marks on the car? And all of those thoughts in his head will be, no, just take it easy, just do a nice run. The minute that car goes off the line, you know what it's like as a drifter. You just go, your brain just goes blah, 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 and just attack. That's all you do. So let's see if LZ goes close on the entry. Dave Briggs is going to be the target here in the first fantasy battle in Toronto Motorsports Park.
Dave Briggs with a good initiation, and Adam starting to put it on his door. We're going to see here Adam reeling the car in. Dave doing a good job out front, able to get out to all the zones, but Adam going, I've got a few spare cars. Let's see what we can do as we get through this power alley. Adam and Dave kind of going a bit straight. Dave going real inside. I think maybe he just didn't think the lawn care was good enough at Toronto Motorsport Park.
I think Dave Briggs is going to be out there with some grass seed and a rake to see if he's done some of that. So Dave Briggs just said, if the car is going that direction, it doesn't matter if the track goes that direction. And we're going there anyway. So it's a big cut. Well, I love this. This wall run is so cool here in Toronto Motorsports Park. You see LZ tucking in the chase position. Briggs just dropping wheels left, right, and center. Goes wide here. Watch this. Going to dip a wheel just at the edge of the track. And then they come through the dust, which Dave Briggs has created on the first run. Briggs, when he transitioned, he just said, nah, I'm just going to go over here. I think the corner should be here instead. So Dave just said, yeah, four wheels, straight through the off-roading. Interesting approach.
We've got
interesting approach.
We got another local legend here, Pat Sear, up in the judges booth, who's battled Dave quite a few times. They've had some legendary battles. Josiah had an event here a few years ago. You guys went like 3-1 more times. And so Pat knows just how difficult this track is, and he's given a good
Did you battle him on the grass or on the track? On the track, okay. So, yeah. So they come down in front of the crowd here, guys. Give a big round of applause to Adam LZ and Dave Briggs. We know it's a little chilly out there, but we're going to heat things up on track. Adam LZ and Dave Briggs in the fantasy battles. We're going to pop out of the car. Cerise is going to talk to both drivers, and we're going to see if the Canadian crowd are ready to party today and ready to give their decision on this battle. And, you know, I'll tell you one thing. I am enjoying the action on track. Cerise, both of these guys doing a phenomenal job, one more so than others, of staying on the track.
Good to go? All right, everybody. We are here with Adam LZ, the first fantasy battle of the day. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, Dave Briggs is getting out of his car right now, so we have the local against big dog, kind of. So while we wait for him to come out, come and join us. For everybody that doesn't know or didn't hear, you guys are going to decide who wins every single one of these fantasy battles. Adam LZ, Dave Briggs, really good runs, okay? Fans, I need to get ready. Who do we think won? Is it Adam LZ? Okay, all right. Dave Briggs! All right, you guys, I think you said it. Adam LZ.
Adam LZ gets the win and gets the back. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that was fun.
Good job, bud.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, guys, get after it.
So Dave Briggs, I mean, the tactic of going through the grass didn't work out for him in the end. I think everybody saw that.
It was a bold move, Cotton.
It was a bold move, didn't work out for him. And they're going to be cleaning a lot of grass out of that car for about a week now. And, you know, maybe it's a protest, maybe, to this track and the way they should have put the corners.
Maybe. I mean, he did lose to his mechanic. Maybe this is his way of getting back at him.
I mean, even doing donuts, he's in the grass. So this guy, I mean, at this stage, I feel, is just not a horticulturist. I think he's a guy, I can imagine his house is just artificial grass, because you just can't leave that guy around normal grass because it'll be destroyed.
He could be playing 4D chess. Maybe he's opening a landscaping business, and this is his way of announcing.
And he's going to
that.
call in the morning and say, hey, you guys looking for some landscaping? I heard you had a little bit of an issue yesterday. My name is Bave Riggs.
Bave Riggs.
Yeah.
Yes, Bave Riggs.
Landscaping. So we're going to move on to, well, this is not even a fantasy battle. This is just some fun stuff. We got the Front Street boys are going to go out in a 3-car tandem. So I don't think anyone can win or lose this. They're just going to do this for a demonstration. But we said that this kind of event, you can do what you want, right? You can just say, what if we put 3 cars out at the same time? These boys have been running final bout, having a lot of fun together. So Front Street are going to go out there. And you know what? Beautiful cars, beautiful liveries. We got Jimmy Oakes, we got Tom, we got Joshua. These guys are going to have some fun. This is just going to be for fun, even though we got using the lead lane. So let's see how much carnage or beauty we can see from here on in. Front Street throwing it in. All 3 cars get pretty close. Oh! Jimmy Oakes getting after it in the back. Hand out the window from the passenger as they fire down. It's like Tom Nazzaro's just like, leave me alone. I want to go home. And he's taking the Dave Briggs route.
Yep.
Not working out for him. BC Racing tipping point taken down as they go over the vibrant finish line. That, you know, it started promising. Towards the end, a lot of carnage.
Yeah.
But I think Front Street bring you that entertainment no matter what, any run they do.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're watching this because we want to see some fun, and that's what it is. 3-car tandem is awesome. I do like the events where they do just style, like team drifting, you know, a completely different thing instead of just doing battles. You know, teams are going out and driving together. Proximity, we've seen it over, Getbill does the same thing. Love seeing that. Maybe you know, LZ World Tour next year.
Oh, good idea.
Full team competition.
Team comp.
Yeah, just style.
Tom just going absolutely sending it over the grass there at the end. Love to see it. No one backing out.
Nope.
No blade of grass safe from the fantasy battles.
Not here.
Jimmy Oakes almost Days of Thunder, just going through the middle, going, just don't hit me. Everything's fine. That was really fun. They're going to go again. I wanted to see. I actually was going to say we should see it again.
I think so.
I think the conditions also changing. No one getting any practice on these, you know, what I would call more slick conditions. Good to see them back out there again. Tom Bumper just hanging in there, just going, it's been a long weekend.
I would have figured he would have fixed it overnight, but I think he's ready to go for a new kit.
I think he's already decided the fate of this bumper.
Yeah.
And here we go. We're going off start line. Nick Swan going to lead him out and say, there we go. So coming in a little bit closer on the second run for Front Street. In that first corner they go. Up along the wall. Nice. Oh,
hey, there we go.
Everything got a little wavy at the back. And we got 2 cars coming through. Looks like Jimmy Oakes is having some issues. He's just doing some donuts for the audience here. Jimmy said, I'm going to do my own thing here. The boys tidy up. That's a nice tandem at the end. From Tom and Joshua from Front Street. You guys don't follow them on social media. 3 cool cars. Do some cool stuff. We love it. The team is all good. Jimmy Oakes just out there baking some tires in front of the grandstand. Look at that. And that's what Jimmy's all about, putting on a show, right?
Yeah, that's what we're here for. I mean, might as well have a good time. You spin out, loop it early. Might as well, burn off the rest of the tires. Yeah, Jimmy just missing that initiation, but 2 guys out front, able to keep the show going, keep everything rolling. I mean, why not have some fun?
It's
right?
the point of
What else
drifting.
do
We all forgot a long time ago that drifting came from having fun and looking cool. That's where it came from. We overcomplicated it quite a bit for the 25 years since. But that's where it started, having fun and looking cool. And that's what these guys epitomize.
Yeah, we got 3 good-looking cars. We got looking cool done, and obviously they're having a blast. So I think we're good. I think we've checked off both boxes.
Absolutely. We'll see Jimmy back for another fantasy battle later on in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
That will be
That'll be a real good one.
We're going to move along. So we don't have a winner of this because there's only 1 team. But maybe there could have been losers. There could have been some crashes, but there wasn't. Everything was fine. Tom Nazzaro gets out of the car. Guys, give it up for the Front Street Drift Club. Joshua DeLees, Tom Nazzaro, and Jimmy Oakes.
All All right, guys, give it up for Front Street. Your car, dude. Nice. As we wait for Jimmy Oaks to come back, you guys, what happened to Jimmy? He decided to give the crowd a little bit of a show. He decided to give these guys a little milk shower over here. All right, guys, how was that? You guys love driving together, I'm assuming, yes?
I don't know what happened behind me, but yeah, I love driving with them.
And how about you?
It's always a party when we get together, so it's always interesting. It was better than the first time at Englishtown.
Fact. You just did a little work on your car, right?
Yeah, we redid all the cars, actually, final bout. New body kits, new paint, everything.
All right. Get over here. Keep having your moment. Great job, Jimmy.
Yeah, thank you. I got a little too excited, just straight understeer through the whole straight. It was fun. And let me do my thing over here. You ran a lot of things over.
Do I have to pay for the cone?
We'll send you a bill, yeah, for sure. All right, guys, there is no voting for this one. We just love Front Street. Give it up one more time. Front Street, Front Street,
Front Street, Front Street.
All right, guys, get in your cars, get out of here. Let's get the next fantasy battle going.
Thanks, Teresa. Having some fun out there. The audience, big fan. I'm a big fan of these cars, though. They look so good, right? Bringing a bit of style back into the equation. We're definitely going to leave some tires on the track, too. We're not going to see Tom or Joshua for the rest of the comp, so they're not going to leave some tires there.
Yeah. This is our last time on track. You might as well leave your mark on TMP.
I'm just happy they're not on the grass.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Everybody's keeping it together.
The grass is the great divider.
The great divide.
Yeah.
It's not the last time we'll see it today.
The grass is not greener on the other side.
No.
It's been mowed down.
It's getting darker as we go. Oh, look at it. Up on the grass
speaking of the
again.
grass.
Just doing burnouts on the grass. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Front Street always bringing the hype. Jimmy Oaks leaving some tire marks. Look at this. Beautiful scenes here in Toronto Motorsports Parks.
Yeah.
All the Canadian drift fans came out this weekend. We appreciate each and every one of you. Without you, this couldn't happen. Without you guys watching at home, this couldn't happen. So you guys are creating nonsense, essentially, but fun nonsense. That's what this event is. So we got another fantasy battle coming up. We got Nate Hamilton against Brian Hopp. If you're a fan of V8s that stick out of the hood of a car, then this one is for you. Nate Hamilton in the lead position. Brian Hopp in the chase. This is going to be a 16-cylinder affair. I'm looking forward to this one. The two guys who are insanely fast on this track.
Yeah, and Brian Hopp, I mean, didn't make it into competition today. He was fourth yesterday. So this is a bit of a redemption. And
For sure.
Why not take down one of the best drivers on this tour?
Oh, for sure.
We're
We're going to see Nate Hamilton go up against Duarte, Vienna from Drift HQ in the main top 16. But just for fun, look at this from Brian Hopp coming in hot. Nate Hamilton, whoa! Nice from Nate. I thought he was gone there, Jacob. I really thought he was gone.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton obviously spending some downtime, not able to get everything back on track, but the car control is incredible. Brian Hopp cutting a real shallow line. More grass goes away. Heads up to the media, guys. Stay on your toes. Brian Hopp's coming through.
Right? I mean, that line,
I
it's
know.
almost like a Mario Kart shortcut there.
I think everybody thought it was going to be way slipperier, and it wasn't.
I mean, everyone's just four wheels through the last zone. It's really weird. So look at this, Nate Hamilton. Look at this going to the line. This is a taster of what Nate Hamilton is going to bring to the competition later on. Look at this. He goes really wide up onto the curb. Judges are going to love this. The lead car leaving plenty of room for the chase car. I think Nate Hamilton, every run he's doing, he's looking better and better and better. And he's such a precise driver. He does so many good things with this car because he knows what the judges want to see. And what they don't want to see is what Brian Hopp's about to do. Almost run over all the media guys. That's not, I mean, it might be higher scoring in Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it's a good scoring system here. So we'll see how it goes. If you guys have in attendance, have a drone in the sky, bring your drone out of the sky because we can't use our FPV, which is we're all watching at home. If you got a drone in the sky, take it down, please. Brian Hopp going to be in the lead. Now, this is interesting. We're going to see Nate Hamilton chase a really fast car for the first time this weekend. I'm looking forward to seeing how he adapts.
No, and I know Nate Hamilton really enjoys wrapping cars, so he has no problem re-wrapping some bumpers or some fenders.
No, I think if it's worth it. Like if you have a good run and you break a couple of bumpers, you know.
You came all the way to Canada. It's worth it.
It's worth it. So here we go. Nick Swan giving the guys the signal to come up to the staging area. Brian Hopp. This car's fast. Nobody could catch it yesterday.
Yeah.
But then he couldn't catch it himself. He went off the track a couple times.
Yeah.
So Brian Hopp is almost holding on. It's like, holding on to the reins of the horse, and the horse is just gone. So here we go. Brian Hopp in the lead position. Nate Hamilton in the chase position. Here we go. Another fantasy battle on deck. Brian Hopp taking down some cones. Brian is close to the wall. Nate giving him a little bit of room here as Brian goes way wide. Nate Hamilton having to cut some track to get back into this one. Brian Hopp getting to that outer zone. Now Nate's starting to make the move as they transition. Nate cannot catch Brian Hopp. He is just up and gone, but can he slow it down? He can do. And Nate Hamilton with a big dive across the finish line. Love to see it.
I'm excited going back to the replay and checking out the transition that Nate had and how he cut the line. I mean, that shows the expertise in his driving, but check out this initiation. Nate's initiating coming off the starting line, basically, rolling into it. Brian Hopp here gets on the power at a great time, able to push the car out. And this transition here by Nate, you can just tell how smart he is. He transitions early and gets on the throttle and dives in. Such a pro-level move. And then Brian Hopp just yeah, all right, you're too close. Let's start to run away a little bit. And then Brian Hopp learns from his mistakes from yesterday, gets on the brake early, able to get the car there, and then Nate able to see it, sucks back in, gets some more proximity, although Brian did get back on the throttle before the line, kind of able to walk away a bit.
Yeah, but he missed out of zone 4 because he was just being so fast.
This is a good point. But our judges are the fans.
The fans are going to decide this one, not us. It doesn't matter what we think. We are irrelevant. The judges are out there cheering them on. They're not even watching the runs. It's up to the fans who's going to take home the win. And the Canadian fans, they know they're drifting. They know. This is a good experiment of what if we had 10,000 drift judges just at an event. It was like a vote. Cerise is down with the guys now.
Here, these cars are damn near identical, okay? I'm going to stand on this side of you. You guys have done this before. You both laid down 2 very strong laps. Okay, so how do you feel about driving against each other once again? Nate, I'll go to you first.
Let's go, man. That was super fun. It's a head-to-head battle, and man, it's really cool to hear 2 V8s going at it like that.
It was. Brian, how do you feel about going against Nate Hamilton once again?
I have a lot to learn from this guy. I think you got it, though. I think you got me.
That lead run was phenomenal. You both did great. All right, everybody get those vocal cords warmed up. All right, first up, we got Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton, guys. All right. Your cars are so freaking loud. So you have to be louder than the cars. All right, guys, Brian Hopp. From where I'm standing, that was a unanimous, guys. I'm sorry. Brian Hopp takes the win.
Brian Hopp taking the win. Happy days.
Love it.
I didn't expect it, but the fans have spoken.
Yeah.
And they said, Brian Hopp, he's so fast. He loves cutting grass. He loves the wild speed.
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're enjoying today. Speed is impressive, and Brian has all of it, tons of it.
Canadian drifting is chaotic. That is, we are all about the craziness. The harder you can go, the more ridiculous you can be, the better you're going to do in the eyes of the fans. And Brian Hopp, he understood the assignment. That's what it was. They didn't want technical. They didn't want crazy expert moves. They wanted a guy who was going to leave it all out on track, burn rubber, be ridiculous. And that is Brian Hopp.
Well, he does that in spades, and that car is a monster.
So good. Look at it. Just rolling.
Rolling burnout the entire way through the track.
Rest in peace, those front brake pads.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They're gone.
They're done.
They're done. Well, he doesn't need them, because that's the last time we'll see Brian Hopp this weekend. He's been a great addition to the tour. Love seeing him in practice and qualifying. Nate Hamilton, you got to put some tires back on that car. Going against Duarte, Vienna. It's going to be a tough battle later on for Nate Hamilton.
That is going to be very interesting. 2 extremely quick cars, very talented drivers, and Duarte, I mean, that car's sold. He doesn't want to bang it up too bad, and,
I don't think he's going to care. I don't think he's going to care. So we got a very, very all-Canadian battle.
Love
Jacob, 2 legends of the game.
Liam Stanford, Slip Club apparel. If you're in the drifting scene, you've probably got a Slip Club shirt at some point in time. Dave Briggs, OG. This is going to be great. Fast car versus super loose car. See how they do. Liam's going to get back on the power here. Dave Briggs starting to walk away. Big initiation. You see him fly by our window. Dave Briggs getting out there, and you can see just how slippery that STI is as they flip back around. Dave Briggs got all the speed. Liam got all the style. So we'll see what the Canadian fans want. Speed or style, as Liam tries to get that car back around our last outside zone. Dave getting across the line.
It's a super impressive. It doesn't make any sense. The fact that it works quite well.
Yeah.
I love it. And what I love about it is that it's different. Maybe the fans are going to go for the build over the line.
The car's been around forever. I mean, if you've watched any drifting in Canada, you've seen this car. You've seen it. I mean, there's images of it still being used in marketing. There was one the other day for an article about Detroit. And yeah, this car was on it.
No way. Well, also, if you're out on track with a drone in the sky, I can see it from here. Take that drone down out of the sky. We got our own drones in the sky. So you guys can remove the drone from the track. That would be fantastic. What I love about it is that of all the cars that have done fantasy battles, the only one to not go off-road was the Subaru Impreza. So that's interesting to me.
I know.
Very interesting. So we see. Well, it might. But we're going to go second half of this one. Dave Briggs, Liam Stanford. And I love about this is that now Briggs we know has the speed, but he's got to kind of adapt a little bit. Stanford's car this is a car that was built quite some time ago.
Yeah.
Not as modern, we'll say, as some of the other cars. So therefore it's a little slower. And therefore Dave Briggs is going to have to adapt pretty quickly here or he's going to run into the side of it.
And this car loves angle. I mean, it's all about throwing a ton of angle, a ton of style. That's kind of what it was built for. It was meant to put on a show, make everybody laugh, make people excited, and that's what it's going to do. So let's see as they come across the line. Liam not caring about that cone. Good initiation along the wall. We'll see if Dave's able to hang tight with all the angles that Liam's able to throw into this as they come around our first set of outside zones. Transitioning back through, Dave holding the car back, but Liam able to keep the car on the track, staying away from the grass. Is Dave eyeing up that grass? Is he going to take it? Ooh, just dips a toe in. Doesn't go too crazy. So Liam, all those stickers in the back are all from local events. I mean, local photographers. It's got
so much history.
It's a collection. There is, seriously, that is like a collection of drifting history on that back window.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, he's doing himself proud too. That's the thing. We love bringing the locals into the tour because it's, showcases the local scene. Not everybody around the world who watches a lot of LZ's videos would have, noticed a lot of these cars in previous times. And it's nice to showcase that there's so many individual and crazy things going on all over the world. And that's what this tour is all about, just highlighting the different styles, the different characters, the different people, the different builds from on and off the track. And we're having a blast this weekend with everybody.
Oh, it's so nice. Like, I mean, even me going back and re-watching the other events and seeing the different builds, it also gets me pumped for Australia. Just to understand, like, what that's going to be like. Because as much as Canadians are crazy, we feel like Australians are basically our clones, just on the other end of the hemisphere.
Well, the fans are going to decide this one. This time it's two Canadians, so they can't play the Canadian card right now.
So is it going to be the OG and Dave Briggs, or is it going to be the new up-and-comer from Liam Stanford?
I'm going to vote for the Subaru Impreza because I just love that thing.
Yeah.
It's so different. Dave Briggs VQ, though.
We're doing this? All right, guys. Here we are. Bunch of Canadians. That was a phenomenal battle. You people in the crowd are much familiar, yes? All right, who called out who?
It was kind of actually one of our mutual friends that called us both out. So he wanted to see a good old Canadian battle, so we thought we'd give him one.
Do you think it was a good old Canadian battle?
I think it was a great Canadian battle.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. First up, Stanford. All right. Next, Briggs. All right, y'all, once again, I think we do have a unanimous decision. Dave Briggs takes the win. As you would expect at home, that was a very polite Canadian fantasy battle. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Awesome stuff, Dave Briggs. He's a reserved character that basically drives like a maniac. That's what I've learned this weekend about Dave Briggs, and great to see Liam Stanford. Two amazing guys. Had a lot of conversations with them over the weekend. Love their drifting. So we're going to go into our next battle. But we're going to leave some tire marks. Just keep Dave Briggs off the grass, people. Get that damn car off my lawn.
Damn kids.
Damn drifty kids out there ruining my grass. So Dave Briggs heading back into the pits. I'm a Dave Briggs fan after this weekend. Really, I've watched Dave in the past, and this weekend though, the VQ in that car, I love how it sounds. It's kind of a reserved-looking car and driver combo that is anything but reserved on track, which I love.
It is crazy the amount of like grip and horsepower he's able to get out of that VQ. I mean, we've watched other drivers and Chris Forsberg is trying to get as much out of the VQ as possible. I mean, there's a limit, but Dave has found the perfect amount of horsepower for that thing, and it doesn't sound bad.
everybody who's put a VQ in a drift car almost takes the VQ back out of the drift car within a year. But Dave has made it work, which means he's got a lot of talent, putting cars together. Next up, we got definitely the loudest battle in the fantasy
This
bells.
is going to be good. We're talking about 2 Canadian pro-spec drivers.
This is going to be loud, aggressive, grudgy, and it's going to be wild. We got Josiah Fillet from FDF Race Shop jumping the line already in that amazing Corvette. If you haven't watched the build on YouTube, it is just, if you're like a fabrication nerd, this is the mecca.
Yeah.
He's just making crazy stuff happen. Then you got what I consider to be Tommy, the probably most aggressive driver here. Like, Tommy is just, maybe something wrong with him. Like, he's pretty aggressive. So this is going to be a good fantasy battle.
We got some Quebec versus Ontario as well. Tommy Lemire, big initiation. Josiah not letting him get too far away. We're going to see some tight tandem here. Tommy Lemire coming through outside zone 2 as they transition back. Josiah diving in as they come through the power alley, and both cars have plenty of power. And there's Josiah diving back in, doesn't care that he just had this car wrapped. As we come across our final zone, we're going to see a tap almost.
That was a good run.
Canada versus Quebec.
You know what, I was just
big
thinking,
grudge there.
I thought Josiah was going to spin, and then I said, you know what, he actually makes angle kits for a living. Wouldn't be a good look. The thing just hooked up perfect. The FDF stuff doing its job, and he stays in. And that was an aggressive battle from the off.
Oh, it was awesome. And both these guys have a ton of faith and trust in each other. They both know that these are pro-level builds, basically. Tons of horsepower, tons of grip, screaming engines. They sound incredible. Look at this, all the FDF, all that Mega Mantis.
Every bit of Mega Mantis used to stay in that one, and it works.
Yeah.
It goes to show that all that time and effort and R&D into that Corvette, out of the box, first competition this weekend, it's a beast.
Yeah, and if you've watched the series, you know what's gone into it. You've seen all the craziness that's gone on.
It's almost too complicated for me. I don't even know. Some of the stuff that's going on, there's like, you know, the thing when you see that scene in the Hangover when all the little mathematical stuff is floating around, that meme?
Yeah.
That's what Josiah, when he talks about suspension, is like to me. I'm just like, does car go around fast? But he's like, da-da-da-da, and the geometry of this, and then, the bump steer, and I'm like, I don't know, okay.
Sure.
But he's the man making so many of these cars work.
All right, just off the line, Tom purge that nitrous. Now he's got to go hard as they come across. Let's see how they go to that first outside zone. Tommy Lemire able to reel him in. Josiah putting on the jets, though. Spraying and praying as they come through our power alley. And let's see how fast that Corvette really is. But Tommy Lemire not letting him get away as they check the cars up. Tommy going off track. And Josiah able to get across the line. And that is it for Tommy Lemire. Big dirt drop.
That was a good example of too soon, Junior.
That is, yes.
He's like, I've got the angle. And Josiah's like, you ain't got the angle.
Yeah.
And then, I'm off the track.
ain't seen nothing yet.
But up till there, Tommy Lemire was chewing the door off that Corvette.
Yeah, I think especially with the fans being the judges, we're about to find out how many fans are from Ontario and how many friends are out of Quebec, because that is what this is. We're talking about some of the best from both regions. Our provinces here is how we divide it.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there a little rivalry there?
There is a huge rivalry between, it goes back to hockey, Toronto Maple Leafs versus Montreal Canadiens, comes into drifting. It's everywhere. One is primarily French-speaking, one is primarily English-speaking. There's a lot.
So this is going to be this is going to be a little divisive.
This is going to be interesting, yeah.
I like it. It matters when it matters.
Yes.
And Josiah Fillets from FDF Race Shop up against Tommy Lemire. Both of these guys are going to be in the top 16, and I am so excited.
You can feel them rumbling.
Oh,
that's great.
It's shaking the ground around the whole place here. Unbelievable stuff from Josiah and Tommy. That was a really fun battle to watch.
Oh, it's awesome.
And Cerise is going to go over and have a conversation with both of these guys. And you know what? After one run of qualifying yesterday, Josiah went to a wedding and then came back today. He's a busy man.
The whole team went to it.
It's a busy man. And he's still here on the grid. Cerise, what an amazing battle.
All right, guys. We are here. We have Josiah Fillets and Tommy Lemire. That was insane. I'm going to do this interview from over here because these cars are so loud. You both gave each other a run for each other's money, yeah?
Yeah, of course. We're good friends. We're good competitors, so we had to.
Yeah, I mean, it was, Josiah has always been one of my best competitors, so we had to do it today, and I'm proud of him because it's a new car for him, and he did very well.
Respectfully, I mean, we're looking at two of Canada's best drivers right here. So you guys here in the crowd, you get to decide today who is your favorite, who takes the cake for Canada. All right, y'all ready? Get your voices warmed up. Let's hear it for Tommy. All right, okay. And let's hear it for Josiah. All right, okay. There's a crowd favorite for sure. Everybody, give it up for Josiah Fillets.
Josiah getting the win.
All right, go give him a show.
I'll tell you what. A little popularity contest down there. I mean, I'm just going to say it out loud.
I think so.
To be fair, though, that Corvette is just a star on its own. If the car came down on its own, I would cheer.
Yeah,
without
for
a
sure.
driver.
Anybody
Because
could be driving it.
It's just unbelievable.
We can try it later. I'll jump in and drive it.
I
and
think
see if
both of
people
us
still
might
like
not
it.
be able to drive
I
it.
don't think so.
But we'll give it a go.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
So Josiah, he will be in the top 16. So will Tommy Lemire. And it's just a big car, the Corvette, right?
Yeah.
It's a big car. It looks small on the inside, big on the outside. That's how they work. I have one myself, and I know that when you do these tandem donuts, you end up kind of jumping into the grass and the walls and stuff because they're just so long. But I can't wait to see. I mean, I think Tommy Lemire in the battles with Josiah later on, they're going to do some damage, not against each other, but against other opponents. And Josiah just absolutely sending it into the grass, clouding out white smoke. We got brown smoke. All we need now is a little diesel, get some black smoke, and we got all the mix.
Do need some more diesels here. I drove a diesel drift car. It was one of my first drift cars.
Wow.
Yeah. We need more diesel swaps in general.
I don't know if we need it.
No, we do.
But maybe we want it. Yes, we don't need it. Okay, we're back to the line. And we got Nick Swan up there. He's got Jimmy Oakes and Adam LZ on the line. Grudge match.
This will be good.
Every time we go to one of these events, Jimmy and Adam go head to head. Jimmy hasn't won one yet. Let's see if this is the time he does. So LZ's in the lead. Jimmy in the chase. Jimmy, he's got a bit between his teeth there.
Let's see how they transition or initiate in. Adam doing a good job, but Jimmy not letting him go anywhere. Right on his door as they come to that first outside zone. And Jimmy ready to take the blue off the side of that BMW, but Adam puts the power down and leaving Jimmy behind. Jimmy just driving straight through said, you know what? It's not over yet. I'm going to get back on the door. And Adam putting down an incredible line to the last section.
I think it looked to me like Jimmy went too close on the first corner.
Yeah.
And then he got a little choked up on the transition, had to go on big angle and lost Adam through the center section. But you know what? I'm talking technical. Doesn't matter technical. This is just about who you want to win. You want LZ to win it? You want Jimmy Oakes to win it? You can make that happen if you're in the bleachers here or you're standing around the fences. You make the call. Great proximity from Jimmy Oakes. Watch, he just gets a little too close here. And then it just loses it on the transition, and Adam LZ just goes, bye-bye, see you later. But I mean, we went to Englishtown. They went up against each other. Adam got the call. We went to Ireland. Adam got the call. Will Jimmy get the call in this battle? Will Adam get the call? We don't know.
Something to be said about driving with a bit of a grudge. A little chip on your shoulder can make you drive just a little bit harder.
Like a gritted teeth, polite competitiveness.
Yes, all respect.
Yeah, it's like, you're my friend, I like you, but I want to beat you.
Yeah.
You know?
There's almost nothing better than beating.
You know what it's like? You can go to laser tag, you can go to bowling. With your best friend, you're still going to want to beat them.
No, 100%.
And there will be some smack talk through it. And then you'll go, well, it's okay. So Nick Swan having a look up, make sure the track is clear. It will be Jimmy Oakes in the lead, Adam LZ in the chase. Canada, we hope you're ready to make some noise at the end of this one. We know these guys are pretty popular in this region. Let's see how it goes. Jimmy Oakes in that lead position. LZ, look, he's already on the rear bumper of Jimmy Oakes as they come in.
Big initiation there by Jimmy Oakes, but Adam not letting him go anywhere. Adam taking a bit of a tighter line, but Jimmy able to get out to all those zones, and Adam just in parallel. This fantastic chase by Adam LZ. With Jimmy pushing the boundaries of the track, pulling a Dave Briggs almost as they transition back through. Adam has Jimmy's number, though, and is he going to swap some paint as they go off? Oh, no. Oh.
So nobody finished. No. Everybody went off the track. We got Jimmy Oakes in the dirt. We got Adam LZ in the dirt. Staying on the track is a pretty tough objective here, I think.
It is a tough track. I can't express it enough. It is narrow, it is fast, and it is slow.
Is there contact there? That was very close on that initiation.
Yeah, I love seeing like this transition here. Adam just times it perfectly. Look at that. Almost in unison, and then back on the throttle and dives in. Oh, just riding the edge of the track, too, is phenomenal. Phenomenal driving.
And even though this is a fantasy battle, you know LZ is getting that practice in for that top 16. This is what they're using it for. And again, Jimmy, such a great driver in the lead position to chase. And Jimmy just said, I wish there was a little bit more, like 20 feet more tarmac on that side, and he'd have been fine. But there wasn't.
It almost makes it like a decreasing radius because of how narrow it is.
Well, you know what? I'm really excited to see what the guys have to say and what the fans are going to say on this one. All smiles, though, as they get out of the cars. Jimmy Oakes climbing out. I'm not sure if that door even opens anymore. It's been punched in so many times this weekend.
All right, y'all, we're just going to wait for them to get out of their cars
Hopefully we find
here.
out what they say on the vlog.
This fantasy battle has roots. These gentlemen have gone way back to the BMX days. You're both from Connecticut, and here you are in Canada. Get on over here.
The poor door. It was so beautiful.
No, it's okay. Booth did it first.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was Booth
Wait,
first.
which one was Booth and which one was me?
This was you. That was cooler.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, guys, honestly, I don't even know if I want to do this for you guys. This is going to be a good pit against each other. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's go with the host himself. First up, Adam LZ. Oh, okay, see, it's not like that. I wish it was. You guys get one vote, that's it. Ready, guys? We got to move on. Let's hear it for Jimmy Oaks. You know what? One more time for you, because I can't hear you over your cheering. One more time for Adam LZ. And Jimmy Oaks. I don't even know. Guys, you want to do one more time? This is your event, dude. Are we doing one more time?
Can I find better tires?
So Jimmy used all his tires in the 3-car tandem thing, so he's at a huge disadvantage right now. I tried to left foot brake the whole track so he could keep up, but it's really not fair. Jimmy's gonna change his tires and we're gonna have a real fair battle. How's that sound?
All right, we're gonna go with the next fantasy battle. These guys will be right back out. Let's hear it one more time for Jimmy Oaks and Adam LZ.
So Jimmy's door pushed in by Adam LZ, and now he can't get out any other way than the window. So it's NASCAR spec on Jimmy Oaks' car every time.
I mean,
I feel if Jimmy had an ugly car, no one would have touched it. But because it's so pretty and so well put together, everybody crashes into it. Every weekend, he always seems to have somebody pushing in on a door. But also, people have confidence in his driving, so they want to go close, and that's what it's all about.
It's like being attracted to the light. It's like a bug to the light, right? You see a beautiful car, you want to get closer.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the rear arches on LZ's car. It's worn the tires straight through the rear arch.
Amazing. Fitment guys want to know his secrets.
just lower it and then let it find its own way home.
Yeah.
That's what you do with the
Just
tire.
carve it out.
Yeah, let it go through the side of the car. So we're going to get LZ and Jimmy Oaks back again. This is going to be a historic battle. Do you want to know why?
Why is that?
Because never before in drifting has something like this happened. Lee Yearwood is going to go head-to-head with Sean Booth. That doesn't sound that historic. But at the end of the first run, they're going to swap cars. So this is the first time in a competitive battle that the one car will be in the lead position twice with 2 different drivers. I don't know what's going to happen. Do you know what's going to happen?
I have no clue.
Well, here we are.
Yep.
Just doesn't have to make sense. We got Lee Yearwood, RB30 powered E92 in the lead. We got Sean Booth in the 1JC PS13 in the chase. Here we go.
Lee Yearwood just making that RB sing. Sean doing everything he can to keep up. As they transition back through, we should see Sean here get back on the power, try and make up for it. But Lee able to stretch that out. Let's see what happens here with Sean. Is he able to get back in? But Lee learning how to get that car under. Oh, as I say it. I was going to say learning how to get that car under control, but...
We see he's got a faster car, that's obvious, but only for one half of the battle.
Right.
So Sean Booth has the faster car.
Yeah. Oh,
it doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it's perfect.
So you can see Sean Booth, I mean, that 1JZ in that 240SX, so they're saying it's intermittent with power, intermittent with handbrake. It's just intermittent. I think Sean Booth is a bit intermittent as a person sometimes. So all that put together, you get a great run, you get a bit of a messy run. Now, how's Lee Yearwood going to do getting into that car, and how's Sean Booth going to do getting into the Yearwoods when neither have driven these cars ever before?
Now, how much did Sean tell Lee? Did he tell him that the handbrake is intermittent and that the power is intermittent? Because if not, he just learned now.
So they're getting, look at this. Have you ever seen anything like this in drifting before? They're going to swap cars for the second half of a battle. So the same car is in the lead position twice.
This is going to be tough on us.
I know we kind of said when we put this thing together, we're like, we're going to be a little loose on the rules. You guys can do what you want, whatever's fun. I just love how silly people and the imagination comes through. Because you don't have that much imagination in competition drifting because you got rules. Here, well, I don't know.
Why not?
So Sean Booth, look at Sean Booth. You can barely see over the steering wheel in the car. It's the seat is way back.
And then Lee, the opposite, looks like he's banging his head off the roof.
Yeah, it looks like he is just wedged in position in that 240SX. So I'm not too sure what's going to happen next, and I don't care. I'm just here for it. I'm here to watch the madness.
We may need a phone book.
I can see that the recovery truck is already fueling.
Yes.
It's ready. It's got the guy is ready. He's warming up. He's doing some push-ups. He's like, I'm going to be working in the next 20
Nick's
seconds.
double checking that he can see.
Yeah, Nick is like, can you see me, Sean?
How many fingers?
Yeah. Sean's like, let's go. So we,
Sean, Nick's double checking. Are we sure we want to do this?
Yeah, Nick just went, and I'm just going to confirm this, that we are going to do this. Here we go. We got Lee Yearwood in now
chase.
in the 240, now in the chase, and then we have Sean Booth in the lead. Look at Sean Booth, first lap in this car, and look at this, absolutely nailing it. And Lee having the same issues that Sean's having in the chase, almost a mirror image, which is an interesting scientific, keep it together, Sean, keep it together. Does keep it together, does take, that is incredible.
That's a great
Neither
line.
driver have ever driven those cars before, and they survived. I'm not going to say it was a 90 plus, I'm going to say they survived. Did better than most.
No, I'll take it. I mean, I would love to look like either of these drivers on my first run of anything, or even how I drive now. This is a great job by Sean up front. I mean, it shows how incredible that build is. The RB's holding together. The BMW is doing a great job through the corners.
Now, good thing we have, we have the audience judging this.
Yes.
Because if you were an actual judge, you'd be like, well, the BMW wins.
Yes,
right?
the BMW
you would just say
wins.
that one's faster, it's got a clearer line, and then there would be a joint winner, and that would make it really confusing. And then you'd have a top 17, and no one would know what's going on. So at this stage, it's going to come down to the audience. And we got Sean Booth, and we got Lee Yearwood. I don't know what car is what or who's in where, but we're going to get them out of the cars, have an interview. That is some fun, right? Two very good friends behind the scene, having a good time, putting on a show for the fans here in Canada.
I have a little bit of a headache trying to wrap my brain around all of it.
Look at Sean Booth,
he's just barely able to
balling
see.
down the straight, just balling.
That profile is perfect.
Back home, this is how people in Honda Civics sit, like that low, that far back.
That is universal, no matter what country you're in.
That's a Honda Civic sort of sitting position. There you go, Lee Yearwood, Sean Booth, give it up for the boys.
All right, guys, that was insane. I was praying that somebody was going to do this today. Swap cars, make it interesting for the fans. All right, guys, we have Sean Booth, we have Lee Bird. That was insane. First of all, how did it feel driving the Monster?
It was great. I love this car. I love RB. It drives so good. Thank you, Lee, for letting me drive it.
Lee, you were fully trusting of that. You jumped out that car so fast.
Yeah, I was ready. I know he got it. He let me his car as the last event, so I had to let him do it.
Dude, that's so wholesome. God, I love a good story. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we love these two, but let's give it up, okay? Who do you prefer? Whoa! Sorry. Sean Booth! All right, okay, cool. And Lee Bird. All right, y'all, that was pretty close, but from my house, Lee Bird takes the win. Good job, buddy, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So Lee Yearwood getting the win. I mean, the RB30 was the real winner.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest. The real winner was that car because it got driven by two people to prove how good it is. If someone can hop in your car, drive it straight out the gate and get around the track, that means it's a good car. If he went through, the grass, and some people here driving their own car can't get around the track. I'm just saying, putting it out there. Yeah. Just putting it out there. Struggling today. But Sean Booth doing a good job. These are two good friends, and as I said, heard it there, Sean Booth loaning his Orbi S15 to Lee Yearwood for a recent event. And you know it's what I owe you. You know it's coming back. You know it, and he was like, really? But Lee's good. He's always a good sport, wants to put on a good show for the fans. And Lee Bird setting it back in, and we're going to see him in the top 16. We're not going to see Sean Booth anymore. He's out of competition, but great. This is why fantasy battles are so good. You get to see them back on track one more time. If you missed the action yesterday, you're not missing a whole lot. You get to see these guys go back at it. And we should be finished right now with our fantasy battles, but we're not. Because there's a grudge match happening. Because Adam LZ and Jimmy Oakes, very, very tight. But Adam LZ, in all fairness and sportsmanship, said Jimmy's on done tires. And I'm on good tires. So can we go put Jimmy on some good tires and we can properly settle this?
Let's do it again.
Shouldn't be taken that seriously, is being taken that seriously. Because as I said, these guys have done a battle at every single stop of the World Tour. And they, of course, will be in Australia in a couple of weeks' time. We can't wait to go out to Australia. But the Keepery boys and everybody, Mad Mike, Adam LZ, Jimmy Oakes, is going to be wild in Calder Park. If you haven't got your tickets, you're seeing a little teaser of the finale of the season, which we're looking forward to. And Adam LZ and Jimmy Oakes will probably go back at it again there. I mean, Adam was just bringing his, cream S13 or 240.
Okay.
But you know what? They said it was a little tired, so he's just building a full motor for that car.
Ooh.
To make it a little spicier, because I don't think he wants to be slow.
That's classic. That's a bit of a throwback.
Back to the the final event of the calendar of the LZ World Tour. He goes back to his first, a replica of his first ever build on his channel. Love that. Love the story. So Jimmy Oaks got some fresh tires. What do you think? Jimmy gonna have a lot more pace here now.
I think so. I mean, Jimmy's, like you said, he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's got fresh tires on. Adams have been through a few runs. So I'm not going to say that they're done, but they've been heat checked a couple of times, and let's see what the burnout is, how smoky Jimmy gets it, and then that's going to give us a pretty good idea. But I have a feeling after that, he's going to battle pretty hard.
I have a feeling that Jimmy, at this stage, this is the last run we're going to see from Jimmy Oaks today. So why not?
Yeah.
High-profile battle, fantasy battle against a good friend. Jimmy would just love to get one over on Adam LZ.
And
he's been struggling this year to get that, and Adam's in the top 16 already, so Jimmy wants this. This is like a final to him.
And Adam already dinged his door, so I mean,
he sort of invited. He's got him sort of invited his own.
He did.
I think Jimmy should a little touch.
Yeah, just a little bit, little.
Jimmy furious, absolutely furious that Adam can cleanly get out of his car at this stage. He cannot. Here we go. Fantasy battle. LZ in the lead. Jimmy Oaks in the chase.
Adam with a huge initiation. Jimmy right on his door, and there it is. There's the tap we're waiting for. Another one. Jimmy right in there as they transition back. Adam doing a great job in the lead, but Jimmy, all he wants to do is remove some decals from the side of that car. Jimmy hangs on to it. I thought that was it. I thought it was over.
That was unbelievable.
Wow, new tires.
Jimmy Oaks not backing down. Jimmy Oaks, this is ridiculous. Look at this.
How much contact? We got one for sure. That was a body
definitely,
check.
Yeah, that was a return of the favor.
And I think we get another tap right there. So at least two. So which means Adam might owe him one now. So, I mean...
Nobody is going to get out of the car after this. They're just going to be stuck in the car. All the doors will just be sealed shut. I thought Jimmy was going to spin it there, and he absolutely held on to it.
I think he just hooked the wheel on the inside of the curb and rode it around.
That was a hell of a chase run.
What a great job from Jimmy.
I don't think LZ expected that kind of pressure.
Did not. But now
Adam's got to step it up. He's got to step it up.
Both of us on the same wavelength there, because we know. Like
Adam's not going to want to be outshone.
Nope.
And Jimmy put in probably the closest chase run we've watched on this track this weekend through the first turn. Your move, LZ. Your move.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here. I'm so excited. I know Adam's going to drive hard. I mean, at this point, why not? And the nice thing, if something happens to BMW, there's a few other cars floating around.
Oh, there is, of course.
Yeah.
So Jimmy's in the lead. He's got to keep it together now. And then Adam is going to go close. So it's going to be intimidating. I think Adam's going to go right on the door. That was a highlight reel run for me from Jimmy Oaks in the chase. LZ getting almost pushed into the dirt on the first corner.
Well, and Jimmy's got a great initiation, too. He's been hawking it so hard at the wall. And if he doesn't need the car...
Here we go. Jimmy sending it down that wall. LZ in the chase as they go into that first car. Look at this. LZ on the bumper. Big angle from Jimmy Oaks.
There he goes. Adam going to hunt him down. Let's see as Jimmy is going real wide into the grass. Transitions back out. Does not lift off the throttle. And they change positions. Adam now in the lead. Jimmy chasing. Now he's got another shot.
Jimmy's like, I was here just a minute ago.
Yeah,
What's happening?
There it is. The universal sign for tap my door.
Oh.
Love it.
I'll tell you what. Regardless of what happened there, that was the most exciting two runs on this circuit this weekend.
We might be able to go home now.
Jimmy Oaks and Adam LZ, this was wild. Look at the angle from Jimmy here. Look. He's almost 90 there. LZ goes in close. Jimmy gets a bit late to the zone, pushes a little wide. And then he's like, uh-oh, this is not where the track is. LZ's like, you know what, Jimmy? I'm just going to overtake you on the outside. And they almost switch in unison. And away we go again. That is so fun to watch.
Shouts out to our drone operator for keeping that all in frame, too.
He's like, which one am I following? Which is the lead one?
I love the door tap. I mean, it doesn't matter where you're from. You see somebody do that, you know what it means.
It's a sign of, it's a mark of respect.
Yes, very much.
So they're going to roll back in front of the other. That was just crazy. What a finish to our fantasy battles. Jimmy Oaks and Adam LZ. The crowd are going to be divided on this one, I think, because that was, either way, both of these guys were insane. Give it up for Jimmy Oaks and Adam LZ.
All right, guys, as these two get reacquainted with each other, how lucky are we that we just got 4 laps with Adam LZ and Jimmy Oaks? Look at these two boys. They're in love. It's so cute. Here we go, guys. Give it up for both of these gentlemen right here. All right, all right, all right. Now, we will not be doing another one more time, so I hope you were locked in to that battle. Gentlemen, how do you feel? You just got a fresh set of tires on.
It was different, but he's the only person I get nervous when he's behind me, I swear to God.
That was so fun. Jimmy returned the favor.
My bad. No, my bad.
It was a love tap, right?
Yeah, it was
a love tap. All right, guys. Get warmed up. Here we go. Who do you think won? Was it Adam LZ? All right, proper. We love the support. And we have Jimmy Oaks. I think Jimmy just put Adam to shame. Jimmy Oaks, give it up. Good job, bud.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
I think I'll be honest, the reason Jimmy Oaks won that is because he was wild, unpredictable, and off the track. And deep down, he wasn't as good technically as LZ, but I think deep down we all like a little bit of untechnical, just wildness, just putting it on the line. And that's what Jimmy did. He left in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
Gets the win in the fantasy belt. Absolutely love it. Jimmy's going to definitely have some tire now to do some burnouts. Look at this. Scenes in Toronto. Cool, right?
Yeah.
LZ, Jimmy Oaks doing some tandem donuts in Toronto Motorsports Park. In front of the biggest crowd Canada's ever seen at a drift event. Absolutely love it.
No, this is what we wanted. I mean, if Jimmy's going to go out at the end of the day, still have those brand new tires. And yeah, I mean, for everybody watching, I mean, we've been watching these series, been watching these builds, been watching these drivers. And, you know, I'm sure if you would have said to anybody 2 years ago, hey, you're going to get to see all of them in one place at one time, no one would have believed you. But here we are.
Well, there you go. Fantasy Battles wrapped up. And we are heading towards the main event, 4 p.m. local time. Top 16. LZ's going to be there. You better be there. It's going to be fire. There's going to be paintwork traded. There's going to be someone winning and somebody losing. The biggest names, the biggest content creators, the biggest builds, all in the flesh. And if you need a reminder of who's going to be involved, we got a bracket for you guys in a few moments' time. It's going to be very, very interesting. Some big battles coming our way.
Big battles, really, really early too. I mean, there's stuff that you would like to see in the finals. You're going to see in the top 16 pretty much right away. So
look at this, straight from the off. We have that's last night's battle.
Yep.
Do you know what? Actually, about it was a really good top 16.
It was amazing
because it's usually the warm up to everything else, but right now I think the warm up gives you an impression of what's going to be happening in the main event. And as I said, here's a reminder, Calder Park. We're heading your way October 21st and 22nd. LZ Drift Games, the Keepery crew putting together one of the biggest events that Australia has ever witnessed.
I think Mad Mike, that's the one that would get me. That's going to get me on a plane.
He's bringing a really quiet car.
Really quiet. Yeah.
He said.
I've heard he's been known for quiet cars.
He is. He's a very reserved guy. He's not going to be too loud. He's just going to be there to just hang out with people. He said he's going to bring. He's probably going to put all the mufflers on, just silence that thing. No promises. No promises. 4 rotors, 3 rotors. Yeah, it's all there. So we're heading to Australia, guys. It's going to be an amazing couple weeks. But before then, we got a top 16 here at Toronto Motorsports Park. Me and Jacob are going to be there talking about it. I'm excited. You're excited.
Yeah, I'm pumped. I've been staring at this bracket ever since they handed it to me and just going
this bracket fantasizing. Here, you guys want to be back at 4 p.m. We got ourselves a half an hour break. We're going to need it. We're going to gather ourselves. We're going to get our zen together.
Let's go to Tim Hortons. I'll get you a double-double.
Yeah.
There we go.
And then we're going to go back here in half an hour to some of the craziest battles you guys have ever seen at the LZ World Tour. It's heating up here in Toronto Motorsports Park. Thanks for joining us on the stream here in person. We love having you. We'll see you guys in half an hour.
1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matfield. I drive Lincoln.
They are the most reliable EC around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I
drive Link.
As he transitions back. This is much better from LZ as he goes on big angle into that.
Did you bring the walk?
The ball?
Alright guys, today is the first day of Drift Masters Drive in the stadium. So this morning, going into a driver's meeting, I'm going to be really paying attention because there are a lot of differences here when it comes to qualifying. There's a lot of drivers, not a lot of practice, and everyone's going to be getting used to the track, new cars set up. So going to go to driver's meeting and then walk you through what my plan is for today. Big fan of the chairs at the driver's meeting. They're so comfy.
You never say that. That's a big deal.
Hello guys, welcome on the final round of the 2023 season. We call it the biggest drift competition in the world, and it will be, according to the attendance of the people, for sure. So I would like to make the official applause for everybody. So let's first, the schedule. The schedule is the same as it was in the booklet.
As always, the scoring system will be Judge 1, 30 points for line, Judge 2, 30 points for line, and 5 for commitment, and Judge 3 will have 20 for angle, 10 for fluidity, and 5 for initiation. Starting from the initiation, and during qualifying, the vehicle must be sideways as it passes the single standing cone placed trackside. Once you get into that initiation, we want to see you guys right at that wall the whole way throughout it, from initiation point to outer zone 1. As you guys know, this is all about getting on those walls. Most of the zones here are on the walls, and we really want to see you guys getting as much proximity as possible to it. Very critical here, get your transition done as early as possible, and only start to decelerate once you have your transition complete. Get onto the wall nice and early, maintain the nice outside line all the way through outer zone 4, and continue until you get to the end of outer zone 4. What we'd like to see is for the rear right wheel of your car to be approximately 2 meters away from the outside of the rumble strips here. Decelerate slightly after your transition is completed, and have your transition complete before you get to outer zone 5.
Hi right, we're outside the stadium. It is day one of Drift Masters, and we are about to go into practice. There are a lot of really talented drivers here, not a lot of spots in the competition, so qualifying is real important. A little bit different strategy than normal, which I'll go over with you guys. I mentioned I got a pretty cool spotter here working with me today. All the way from Ireland, we got Darren McNamara here.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what do you think about this whole thing going on here?
It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
You nervous? I'm nervous. How are you?
Honestly, I feel like I thought I was gonna be a lot more nervous, but I think because it's similar to a lot of tracks that I've driven, the car feels good. I've got you in the radio. We've got a translator that can speak Polish. I think we're sitting pretty good. So what's your theory, your tactic? You've obviously driven Drift Masters before, so
yeah.
What are your thoughts going into it?
Well, we don't get much practice. You don't get much practice, so we're gonna have to be on it from the word go, you know? So we've discussed a little bit how we're gonna set the car up and take our best decision from a little bit of experience from the both of us. And I hope everything works out for you. The car is good. I mean, you're going to be happy with it. It's got plenty of power and everything. So this is a new thing for you. You know, the level is going to be, everyone's going to be in around the same score, I think. So it's going to be quite difficult, you know.
I'm really thankful and I'm really stoked you're here. It's been cool kind of talking so far. We speak the same language with a lot of setup stuff, so I feel like we're in a really good spot and I'm stoked to be out there.
Okay, I can't wait.
Awesome? Hell yeah. I'm very stoked and very thankful that Darren's here. It's an honor. He's an extremely talented driver and also car builder. So when it comes to speaking setup language and kind of theories about drifting, I feel like we both are in alignment with a lot. So it's really cool that he's here helping me along the way.
my first lap out, I was chasing Josh Reynolds, who I've actually driven with before in FD, so that was cool. I made a change to the handbrake that basically made it less throw, just because it's a little awkward with how close it is to me. And I quickly realized during that lap that that was a bad move because I needed to exert more force because it's less throw, and I could not get it to lock up. So we moved it back to where the handbrake was when I tested it. We're moving it forward a little bit more by adjusting this rod down there. And that should help. But the good news is on my lead, I felt really good. A little bit too deep in the beginning. Wheel speed might need a tiny bit more, but overall, just to be able to go that first lap, be smooth, put the car in like, let's just call it like the right regions. I'm looking at other people's first laps out there. I'm definitely on par, if not up there, with one of the better first laps. So only up from here and just kind of learning the car a little more, what pressure this track likes. And yeah, it's cool. It's rad that we're in a stadium, but when you're on the track, you don't even notice. It's just like any other track. I knew as soon as I started doing those warm-ups that the handbrake is better. Still not perfect, but I feel a lot more comfortable with it. My last chase of the practice, we did only get 4 laps, was not ideal. Josh was pretty offline, so watching it back, I feel a little bit better about it because it's kind of hard to predict where he was going to go. Still just learning the car more every lap, even in the chase. My second lead entry was a little bit better. I could have had a little bit more commitment, and now I've got to gain confidence back in the handbrake. The biggest issue I had was I wasn't looking up enough, so getting to that first inner clip, I was a little bit late there, which set me up on a weird line for coming into the second inner clip, which then made me kind of beeline it towards the next zone. So like, even though I was in the right zones, it just wasn't the ideal flow of the track. So just really got to keep in mind when I'm going through outer zone 1 to keep my eyes up and make sure that I'm
getting ready to leave the zone right at the end. Because if you hang out wide, it kind of screws up your line for the rest of the track. So one thing that's helpful for me at this track is I kind of understand the direction and where to go, because it's very similar to E-Town with having to fire off in the zones, but also having to have wheel speed right because the corners are so long. So me and Darren have been basically talking about the trade-off of worrying once we add grip, the car not being able to fire off in the beginning of the corner, but also having enough wheel speed to stay in drift. So what we decided to do, rather than doing a gear change, we asked for 300 RPM more up top, which will prevent the car from pulling out angle, because right now I'm left foot braking to hold the car back to keep it in the zone. And then also adding a little bit more nitrous, not more nitrous, but nitrous sooner, because my concern is once we start hooking the car up, that it won't have enough torque to fire off. So when you enter the zone, if you have too much grip and not enough mid-range, you basically can't get away from the wall fast enough, so adding the nitrous sooner will help that, give a little bit quicker response there. Handbrake felt better, it's still not perfect. I'm gonna see what our options are, maybe to get a little bit more aggressive pad. Regardless, first 4 laps, 2 chases with not the best leads that were half decent, 2 leads that I feel like were up there compared to the rest of practice. I know that I can do a lot better, but I feel like I'm sitting in a really good spot, being in a different country, driving a new car at an absolutely wild stadium track. Jaden and I just watched back some in-car GoPro from the run to see what's actually going on, and we both did come to the consensus that we need to add more wheel speed. We weren't able to raise the rev limiter because we were already at 78, and I'm just instantly on limiter. I have no room for modulation, and I think that's why the car's starting to pull the front end out, because I don't have enough wheel speed to run the wider arc. The car just wanted to do weird stuff. So we'll probably add about 5 miles an hour. That's usually the go-to for wheel speed change. But that nitrous coming on earlier is going to be key to make sure we can get the car woke. So that way when I'm getting into the zones, I can really fire off the way I need to.
Oh, yay!
Look who made it to Poland.
I couldn't miss it.
Jimmy, I have an important question for you.
Oh boy.
Did you bring the walk?
To Poland?
Yeah.
You gotta.
Can you explain to me what that means? Because everyone keeps asking me in my comments.
No, we could do that off camera, Adam.
Really? Did you bring the walk?
Się już ponad drogą w górę, zatem jedziemy. Adam LC, Dawid sposób, Adam LC.
Double-edged sword, right? Because every practice lap counts, especially when there's not a lot of practice. We were on track to get about 6 laps before going into qualifying, and the last one, every chase run I try to treat like it's a battle, and what I've learned, which is honestly a better thing to learn now than tomorrow versus in competition, when I use the handbrake to check up, the tires and the grip is just so mental that I just can't blow back through the grip. So I think in a scenario like that, I would have to left foot brake, which would make it a little bit less ideal because it wouldn't fall back onto the line where I wanted to go. But I got it in the wall just enough to bend a tie rod, which unfortunately didn't let me get another lap. So I'm going into qualifying with 4 total laps on this track, which isn't crazy considering a lot of these guys only have 6. Not where I want to be, but the good thing is my leads were pretty close to what I think will be a decent qualifying run. So I just got to go put it together, and I'll get 2 more practice laps qualifying, and then I'll get more driving tomorrow. It's a bummer. That's what it is. All right, talk to me, brother.
All right, I'm gonna walk you through Adam's mistake, okay? So here we have gear position. So you see 2nd gear, 3rd gear. We have RPM, or sorry, this is TPS. So you can see this big lift right here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. They're not going to pay too much attention.
All right, listen, anyway.
Yeah.
Lift, I get back on throttle after entry. When I'm back on throttle here.
Yep, I see it.
17 pounds atmosphere. Basically, I have like 3 PSI when I get back on throttle.
Yeah, nothing.
It was fine. That was entry.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Now I go and I make a handbrake correction. That's where you see this other lift right here.
Where, hold on. Get in there.
This little dip right here.
Yeah, he fully let off.
Yeah, but that's not the problem. Again,
I know.
When I got back on throttle, I got on 69%, good number. Which isn't terrible. 22 pounds atmospheric would be, or 22 pounds absolute would be like
7.5.
8 pounds.
Yeah, there you go.
It's not terrible. What would you say? That's probably like 400 horsepower.
Yeah, something light.
But because I didn't get on 100%, the nitrous didn't spread.
Yeah, nitrous kicks on at 78, I think we saw.
75% throttle position.
Bring that baby down.
When I got back on throttle, if I'm gonna ever do something like that, I need to like fully get my foot to the floor.
Yeah, zero hezzy is what we call it.
Yeah.
Gotta do a good old-fashioned Irish pedal dance, brother.
But you look, right?
Yeah.
I have the tendency when I get back on throttle, I'm only getting to like 70-ish.
Yep.
So I'm gonna lower the nitrous activation down to 69.
I like that.
Because it's a good number. If I ever make that mistake again, basically we're trying to get the car to boost faster because if you make a correction, you get back on the gas and you can't get wheel speed up fast.
You got used to that big old RTR V8, brother.
No, I did.
Yeah, that's
the RTR.
No, I have. I jump between cars a lot too with different powertrains, and you have to rewrite your brain every time you hop into another car because the powertrain deliverance is so much different between them.
And it's hard for me with turbo cars, not so much in the scenario right now that I was just in, but when you're entering a zone, whenever I handbrake, I also tap the foot brake.
Yeah.
And like I'm not nice with like heel towing.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
But with a turbo car, like literally every time you handbrake, you should be on the limiter.
Yeah.
The clutch in, so you're like bum 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 bah. So that way you're ready to fire off every time. You know what I mean?
You have to be quick with the toes.
Well, no, you just literally.
I know. You literally.
On the gas.
Yeah, basically, exactly.
I think that is looking at this. That's the best window for happiness. I can give myself.
Yep, do it. Numbers calculating.
So.
Mike, edit in that meme where there's just equations everywhere.
Going into qualifying, I've got 2 runs to do better than 26 drivers. I mean, ideally, I would do better than all the drivers, but...
Well, how many drivers are there?
26... 58?
There's that many drivers?
Yeah, there's a lot. I feel pretty good. We did make one more change to the car. I mentioned that we lowered the nitrous kick down, but the throttle pedal for the last I don't like this to get screen grabbed. So usually the throttle cable.
Yeah.
I don't do this.
Here, I'll be the throttle.
No, that makes it more weird. Basically the last 20%. The last 20%. The cable was just kind of like binding or resting on the cable housing, so it would get a little tougher there. Obviously, I should just be a man and like push through it. But we were able to bend the bracket a little bit, so it's a little bit smoother and the pedal's a little more linear now. Because sometimes there's a lot of stuff going on and you don't like think to push
smash the pedal.
Smash. Hey.
Smash. I haven't slept, okay? Smash your pedal. Boom.
Unlike FD with knockout qualifying where the bottom drivers cannot advance their score, here you get 2 runs and they just count the better of the score. The only time the second score comes into act is if there's a tie with score. So it is still important to do well, but takes the pressure off because God forbid something happens, you got another run. I'm gonna go out there, do my best run, just try to do what I did in practice, and I think that will be enough to qualify. Then I can really seal the deal with the second run.
track, a man many people eagerly awaiting to see here. He is the only American on the grid. It is Adam LZ from the United States. He picked up a Formula Drift win earlier this year. Adam LZ in this borrowed car this weekend, 800 horsepower, 2JZ S15. Hasn't competed on this track with these drivers or in this car before. Big step up here for Adam LZ. He said he's under pressure. He had a hit with the wall in practice, missed some runs. There's some stress here on Adam LZ and the expectations of how an American driver is going to deal with it's a very different style here in Europe.
So this is a new challenge for Adam LZ, and he said, well, you know what, I'm good to throw myself at anything. So here we go, he's off the line. Adam LZ for his first ever competitive run here at the Drift Masters European Championship, fires that car in to that first outside zone, gets himself set up nicely. Then he's going to be driving technical now. He's not going to want to mess around. You can see him on the foot brake, keeping that car control very nice on that front inside zone. Rubs the bumper off the wall and now starts to fall away ever so slightly out of that outside zone. Back in he goes. Now he looks for that transition across the track, touches the touch and go. Now looks for outside zone 5. Just about gets there. He's keeping this one safe and clean. He's not going too hard now as Adam LZ fires it through the finish line. And you know what? I think he'll be feeling comfortable after that.
Yeah, good run, got all the zones, and you know, again, two areas probably where the judges will look at is that initiation was pretty straight line. They wanted to see a little bit of a flick in there, and then a lot of left foot braking. So, you know, using the left foot brake, and a lot of these guys will do it to just steady the car and losing a little bit of speed around it. But I think it's the correct approach is to, you know, get that safe run on the board. Don't have any major errors. This is definitely the closest anybody has been to that camera, as Adam LZ throws the front splitter over the camera and almost grazes that inner zone. Very exciting run to watch. Let's see what the scores come in. It is a 64 for Adam LZ. You can see the style points way down there, and I think that's going to come down to a lot of the left foot braking. But Becky is down with Adam LZ just as he's come off the track. Becky, he must be happy he's got around there and survived.
Absolutely, Dave. Adam, we're delighted to have you here at Drift Masters. Is it nice to get that first run out the way?
Yeah, no, I'm really stoked to be here. This is amazing. I had a pretty bad crash, not a really bad crash, but I think I just realized something's still bent in the front end, so I'm gonna go back to the team and fix it and hopefully do better on the next run.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Adam.
All right, not the qualifying run I wanted to do first. When I was doing my burnout, I don't know if you can tell from the camera, I thought maybe the rack was bent because the steering felt like it was getting stuck. So I basically did a run as if I had no power steering, and by that I mean making very little steering corrections and relying a lot on left foot brake, which penalized me heavy in style points and made me enter the zones with a little bit less confidence. But thankfully, I've done plenty of laps on the E36 with no power steering, so I knew how to drive and still put a score on the board. The guys are taking a look at it. I don't think the rack is bent, but I think the electric pump might be acting up because that shake that was happening appears to be getting worse and worse, and I think it's related. Quick steering movements, it's like no power steering, but with slow ones, it has power steering, which, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
One other big mistake that I don't want to say I knew was going to be a problem, but something that I didn't get a chance to experiment with in practice. The car, I was having a hard time braking loose in third gear. So my entries have been kind of like straight line handbrakes. The run-up's really short, and to get into third gear and then have time to do a feint is kind of tight. So watching qualifying, a lot of people are actually just starting to drift on the first corner, which I like better because then you're in drift already and it's a lot more consistent. Or sometimes like the thing, like I'll just clutch kick it and it just hooks up and goes because there's so much grip out there. I don't want to free the car up because I'm used to how it drives, so I'm going to try just drifting from the start line, and then at least I know that I'll get a good flick, and that should get the style points up. All right, now going into my second qualifying run, I know absolutely that my first score will not hold. So my thought process is probably, my guess is like an 85 would just barely get me over the cusp when all the second runs are done, and I would be seated to go against the first place qualifier, which would be a very difficult first battle. I am under the mentality that I'd rather go for the best run I possibly can at this point to try to secure a high qualifying position than to go conservative. I do have points on the board, not a good position, but I don't know. I think the biggest thing for me that's going to make a difference is the entry points, and not, like, I just haven't been very confident how I've been entering, so I think starting the drift sooner, like doing what other people do, which technically wouldn't be allowed in FD because it's 3 moves where we're only allowed to do like flick one way. I think it'll just be a lot smoother that way. Also, they just changed the power steering pump and welded my tension rod bracket that was cracked from the crash. I don't know how much the tension rod bracket being cracked had any impact, but the new power steering pump, it is electric. It seems like it's not doing what it was doing before. It still feels a bit funky, but that last run I was just like so not confident going into it that something was wrong with the car and I didn't want to crash, so I was just driving like a but now
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the amazing Toronto Motorsports Park, because we are here in Canada for the LZ World Tour. And you know what? We're here. The main event. This is what we've all been waiting for all weekend. We love qualifying. We love the last chance top 16 battles. But this is what the fans came to see. Who's going to win it? Who's going to be on the podium? Right up off the bat, we got Luke Fink against Grant Anderson. Josiah going up against Ben Zislin. Adam LZ against Chris Rudnick. Rich Whiteman against Andrew Shorkey. Jaden Martino against Mike Martino. Riley Sexmith against Tommy Lemire. Andre Michenko against Lee Yearwood. Nate Hamilton against Duarte of Vienna. Look at those battles. You are in for a treat later on today. My name is Dave Egan. If you're just joining us, I'm here with my good friend Jacob. Jacob, we are watching so much fun drifting today that my mind is blown.
Yeah, we've seen it all so far, and we still have so much more to do. I mean, this bracket is incredible. We've seen drivers switch cars. We've seen insane tandems that were top level, and now we've got some Canadian on Canadian grudge matches. We've got pros versus pro specs. We've got YouTuber versus YouTuber, and everything in between.
Well, I'll tell you what I love about it is that we're here to watch what shouldn't really exist.
No.
Like, let's be honest. You take all the fun from a grassroots event. You take all of the coverage and, let's say, organization from a pro-level event, and you mix it together.
That's what we got.
And what you get kind of doesn't make sense. You got a lot of content creators. You got a lot of pro drivers. You got a lot of pro builds. You got amateur builds. You got a mix of everything. I feel like it encapsulates every corner of the drift world. And that's what this event is all about. LZ and Drift Games bring it together all across the world to show you guys how much fun we can still have with drifting. Because sure, you want to judge it. You want to be real technical. You want to be all, you know, we've got a lot of that.
Yeah.
But this is the opposite. This is about fun. This is just about smiles on faces, chilling out, whether you're watching at home or here in attendance, and enjoying some cool cars doing cool stuff.
Yeah, if you're just watching it at home and you have the opportunity to go to, I guess, really the next event in Australia, this is insane. I mean, I've been lucky enough to go to drifting events all over the world now, and there is nothing like this. Just everything from the influencers to the fans to just everybody around it. I mean, the fact that I get to do it here in my home country just makes it so much better.
Absolutely. I think what I love about it is that you get such a mix of personalities, of nationalities, of builds. I mean, you got Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s old Mustang. You got Josiah Fillets in a brand new out-the-box Corvette. You got Rudnick in a sort of amateur car, I would say, like a pro spec or pro am car, up against Adam LZ in a pro car. But it doesn't guarantee you a win because you got to deal with the pace difference. They're heading out in front of you, Toronto. This is your top 16. This is the main event. We want to hear you make some noise. 16 drivers remain from 29, and they are going to put it all on the line for your entertainment. Those podium spots are tough to get, and it's all about going door to door on a very technical, fast, and also scary track here at Toronto Motorsports Park. We have the cars in the dirt, cars in the grass, cars in the wall. The 3 cars and 3 drivers will be on the podium. Jacob, this is what the sport is all about, bringing the action to the fans. Record attendance here at Toronto Motorsports Park. All over the world this year, we've been meeting amazing people, and without every single one of those people watching on, things like this wouldn't be happening. So I gotta say, the biggest star of the show for me is the fans here in Toronto. Easily the biggest star of the show for me. We've loved every minute of it, and now hopefully for the top 16, we give it all back to you guys in some insane battles. Toronto's ready. Everyone around the world is ready. We're ready, Jacob.
Oh, I'm ready.
And these drivers are certainly ready to prove a point. And that's the thing. It's not a big trophy on the line here. It's a skateboard deck.
Yeah.
It's not about trophies. It's not about prize funds. It's about grudge matches, driving with your friends, mixing it up, and most importantly, which a lot of people forget, having a good time. Just drifting and having fun with a little bit less pressure than you used to in some other competitions.
Yeah, this is essentially a grassroots event, a bash event, a party event, whatever you call it from wherever you're from, and we just happen to have a competition going on as well. You gotta remember that like most of this day was spent, these guys just jamming out. These crazy, you know, party event style drifting. You've got the grudge matches, you got guys swapping cars, and the pits and the paddock, and everybody is just hanging out.
One battle I'm looking forward to is Andre Michenko and Lee Yearwood. So we got an Orbi 30 going up against a VR 6. I mean, where do you see? You would never see this in competition drifting anymore because there's a cookie cutter approach. Big V8, forced induction or not, or 2JZ or Orbi to a certain extent. Here, SR20. You got, like, as I said, a VR6, an Orbi 30. Weird engines, weird cars, but all of it fun. And nice to see a good mix, too. As the guys all parade around, they're ready to start sending battles momentarily. It will be the battle that almost was caused by Luke Fink. So Grant Anderson yesterday, if you didn't watch the action, broke his car in the semi-final, thought he was out, didn't have a shot at it. Luke Fink steps up, gives Grant Anderson his car so he can get third. Guess what happens? He goes straight up against Grant Anderson in the top 16. Grant getting his car fixed overnight. So they're both back in their own car. But this battle, these are two good friends from two very opposite places on the planet that are going to go head-to-head. You know this is going to be a spicy one.
Yeah, and realistically, as you said, if it wasn't for Luke Fink, Grant Anderson wouldn't be here right now. So it's a little bit of thanks, but I think all of that gratitude disappears and evaporates as soon as Nick Swan drops his hands, because at that point it's just about putting on a show. It's about banging doors, and this track is built for that. We've got a ton of outside zones, we've got a crazy initiation against a wall, and then we've got this awesome checkup at the end where even if you have a slower car, you have an opportunity to make up that gap and get right on someone's door before the finish.
Now here's an interesting tactic you won't see in competitive drifting. Luke Fink has got a playlist for this top 16. So he's banging some tunes in the Corvette, get himself pumped up, can hear nothing but music. He said it's a good sound system in there, he's enjoying it. Never seen anything quite like that in drifting before.
I would love to know what that playlist looks like.
We won't know because it will demonetize the channel and YouTube will pull it down, but I'm sure it's a good tune.
I would say anybody in the chat, you know, or anybody at home, jump in the chat and just top 3 songs. First 3 songs.
Give us a guess to what Luke Fink, what's his playlist look like during this?
Love to see people's thoughts on that.
Exactly. Grant Anderson now next up. He is on the start line. Now Grant would love to take down Luke. Because let's be honest, Luke is the more experienced driver, more trophies in the cabinet. Grant, tough weekend, breaking some diffs, breaking some axles, back in the mix. It's going to be our first battle of the top 16. Luke Fink to take on Grant Anderson. Here we go.
Luke Fink, good initiation there. Grant Anderson cutting a shallower line to be able to keep up with that Corvette as they come around. Grant Anderson doing a great job, though. You couldn't tell there's a horsepower discrepancy here because, I mean, he's not driving like there is one. Luke Fink, though, taking a bit more of a straight line approach. Can he check up? Can Grant Anderson tuck into the pocket? We talked about it before, but that is that last corner that just completely equalizes everybody.
You know what? That was a great run from lead and chase. Luke Fink and Grant Anderson, you can see them giving the high fives out the window. Not much. Look at the rear wall run of Luke Fink here. Look at this. That is absolutely insane.
There might be some blue on that wall now.
There definitely is some blue on that wall. And Luke Fink, you know, this is a car that he drives on the street in the USA. Drifted through Drift Week, drives it on the street. And this car, you know, it's not a huge build. It's just an LS3 with a couple of bolt-ons, and he makes it look like a top-level pro car. But that's the talent that Luke Fink has. He has definitely got confidence, and that's what works a lot for Luke, is that the confidence in his own ability gives him an edge on everybody else because he believes he can do things nobody else can do behind the wheel of a drift car. And you saw it there, running the wall, doing a good job. Grant, right in the mix, in the chase, doing a great job, but did he push the issue? Only really at the end. So what we're going to see now is can Luke Fink get up close and personal with Grant Anderson, get the job done, and I think you're going to see that Corvette buried into the side of that E36.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we're really going to see Luke Fink push hard. So let's see as they come out of the gate here. Grant Anderson leading Luke Fink now in the chase in the Corvette. What's Grant going to do on this initiation? A little bit more of a straight line approach, but 90 to the wall by the time he gets out. And there we go, we're cutting some dirt. And you can see Luke pushing as hard as he can, but Grant Anderson doing a great job out in the lead, getting all the zones so far as we come to this power alley. Grant a little bit more shallow, but Luke now checking up, and this is the pocket. Is he going to touch? Just about. Oh, there it is. That's what we're looking for.
Tag on the door as they come across the line. Luke Fink reminding Grant Anderson that he's there. You know what, though? A little mistake from Luke Fink on the way in. Watch, he goes a little too early on his initiation. He kind of has to back out of it a little bit. But it's clean. Gets up on the curb. He doesn't go off the track. Thought he was going to drop a wheel there, but he got away with it. But he let Grant get away a little bit. And then Luke knew he had to make the transition very tight up on the grass. Watch. Uses every bit of the track to get back up in Grant Anderson's business. And as they transition back, well, Luke just says, I'm where I want to be. It's up on the door. Look at this. Grant, a great line there, just running the inside curb. And then Luke says, I kind of have to hit him when I'm here, right? Boof.
There it is.
And then a boof. So at the end, didn't do any damage. Bit fell off Grant Anderson's car. He doesn't need that. He doesn't need that bit. So they're going to roll back up in front of you guys here in Toronto if you want to make some noise for these two competitors. Phenomenal battles we're getting here straight off the bat in the top 16. Toronto, if you came to have fun this weekend, give it up for Luke Fink and Grant Anderson. I got to say, that's a close one. Judges are going to have a bit of a call on this one.
Yeah, we saw a couple of mistakes here and there from both, but it's really going to come down to who made more mistakes, and really, like, there wasn't many. Both guys drove.
There we go. We
well.
got a decision dropping in, and it's going to be Luke Fink getting the win. Luke Fink gets the win and goes through to the top 8. And you know what? Grant Anderson might not be in the top 16 if it wasn't for Luke Fink. So repaying the favor. Guys, give it up one more time for all the way from Australia, Luke Fink, and Connecticut's own Grant Anderson. Grant banging out top 16. Luke's been looking super strong.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta say. And I can see that the judges rewarding the lead run, super wide on the lead run. And again, a little bit more aggression. Look at the wild style of Luke Fink. Got the wall run, got the tap on the door. That's the stuff that sways the judges in your favor, and Luke knows that. Tidy ring.
I was just going to say very tidy. Very tidy.
Well, in Ireland, they would be tidy hoops.
Ah.
Yeah. Well, out here, they would be some donuts, I guess.
Yes, Timbits. Well, I mean, Timbits come from donuts.
Yeah,
It's the child of.
The child.
You never seen you had Timbits yet? This
I have, yeah. Now I got it. So
Yes,
you
now you got the
really
reference.
small burnets, or
Yeah.
little donuts, you'd say they're Timbits.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly. Yeah.
Well, here comes some horsepower. Good
more
old
Corvettes.
American V8.
This is a
This
battle
is a
for the
big
ages.
battle of big horsepower, very big cars. We got the old Ortior of Vaughn Gittin Jr. This time it's going to be driven by Ben Zislin, just 16 years of age.
Wow.
Going up against Josiah. Josiah's got quite the horsepower advantage here, I would imagine, in this incredible Corvette from FDF Race Shop. It's a competitive debut this weekend. So far, so good. Let's see how this one goes.
Josiah in the lead already looks like he's tapping the wall before he even initiates, and then throws the car in hard. Can Ben keep up as Josiah puts on the jets and throws the nitrous at it? This is the loudest battle we're going to see all day. Josiah getting away with it. Ben doing everything he can with that straight axle Mustang in the chase. Checks up. Josiah gets him, but Ben shooting wide. Josiah looking like perfection, though.
He looks more and more comfortable every lap of the circuit. Every time we see him, he's looking a little bit more smooth, a little bit more contained. Again, it's a new chassis to him, too. From Ben, I think he does a good job everywhere, except he loses a bit of pace on Josiah. Watch, he just can't get the pace to catch up. And when he transitions here, Josiah pulls a gap, which means he goes a lot narrower. Watch, he doesn't go to the outside of the track. He stays on that inside line to catch up. Now he's built too much speed.
Yeah.
Can't slow the car down. That's what happens. Washes through. All of a sudden, he's like, oh, don't. And then he's kind of out of position. So Josiah Fillet, for me, in the lead position, probably taking a small advantage there. But Ben doing a good job. Didn't want to let him go.
Yeah, it was a good run from both. And now, I mean, so you see Josiah purge off some more nitrous. Bit of a flex. Purging nitrous is a bit of a flex. It's all right, though. Ben pulling up next
I don't
to
even
him.
think he needed nitrous in this car. To be honest, it has enough power.
Not
as
even
is.
a little bit.
But I like that he went for it.
100%. I mean, if you get, yeah, same thing. Let's test everything. It's in the name of science.
It is.
That we're running nitrous.
We are R&D.
Yes.
Here we go. It's going to be Ben Zislin in the lead position in the RTR Mustang. And it's going to be Josiah in the chase. They're getting ready. Nick Swan just making sure everybody's ready here. Okay, thumbs up. We are ready to rock and roll.
Josiah keeping him honest. Or Nick keeping him honest. Yeah.
Nick's, he wants to go here. He's ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
You can see he is pumped up. He's ready. Now Josiah in the chase. He's got the faster car, but can he control that aggression? That's going to be the question here. They come through the gears and up along that concrete wall in front of this incredible Toronto Motorsports Park audience. Look at that big throw in from Ben Zislin. He's doing much better here. Josiah now having to start turning the screw, trying to get up closer as they transition back. Josiah with a little bit more proximity. Ben, though, on one here as he accelerates. Can he slow down? Oh, big dive in from Josiah. But he's not going to make it work, and it's almost a mirror image mistake.
Wow.
You know what? I didn't know where Ben found the pace.
I don't know either. I was not
Unbelievable.
expecting this. Even just off the line, you can start to see Josiah going like, oh, this is a little quicker than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I agree.
Great initiation there by Ben, right along the wall. Putting some stars and stripes on the Canadian wall there. And as they come through this transition, this is where you see it. Ben, I don't know what he did or what he changed, but the car just takes off. And then Josiah.
I feel like he went for the never lift approach. And he just kept it pinned. And watch, he tucks in. But Josiah's trying to catch that ground again, and he washes through.
Yeah, you can't do it in that section as much as you're going to want to.
The difference is Josiah does keep it on angle. I'm not sure if Ben did. It's kind of mirror image, though.
Yeah, no, it happened almost identical, but I do think, like you said, Ben, I believe, went off track completely, whereas Josiah just dipped some wheels. So that may be the factor at the end, is just how badly they went off at the end.
Yeah, and I think what's going to happen is if they both have the same mistake in the same zone, it's going to come back to the rest of the runs. So everything that happened before that corner. Josiah, to me, does pull a bigger gap there. If you think about it, he did have a big gap on Ben. So maybe that's going to sway the judges. Maybe it won't. We don't know. Give it up for Josiah Fillets and Ben Zislin, Toronto. And it's a one more time. One more time is the call from the judges. Equal mistakes, equal areas. It makes sense to me.
You did say it was a mirror image, and I mean, this is the result you would expect from a mirror image. So, yeah, good call from the judges.
There you have it. It is going to be Luke Fink in the top 8, but his opponent not yet decided. Ben Zislin, Josiah Fillets go back at it again. As these guys head back up towards the vibrant finish line. Back into the Link ECU pit area and ready to go again for another one more time. When are they going to go straight at it again? We don't know. Maybe they need tires. Big horsepower cars. Might need tires.
I could see Josiah need another set.
He's going through.
Yes.
He is going through.
I walked by his pits, and there is a lot of scrubs that are sitting there.
If I was to describe this car, I wouldn't say frugal would be the word I'd use. It would be quite I think fuel, nitrous, tires, nom, 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 nom. All gone.
Yeah, I mean, when you have an infinite playground of machines and possibilities.
Well, he can make his own stuff.
Everything.
There's no limit. He can just make things. I can't do that. I got to ring him to make things.
Yeah.
And then he takes some time because he's already making things for himself. So it's a slow process.
You know he's busy when you're not even get bumped to the top of the list.
He is designing. I saw a car in Toronto that was a Porsche Cayenne with an FDF angle kit. This man's got stuff going on everywhere.
He will develop. He will always develop.
Oh, for sure. We move on to this is a fun one. Adam LZ against Chris Rudnick. Adam LZ and Chris Rudnick. Rudnick's given up some same chassis, very different power delivery.
Yeah, one of these is a little cleaner than the other as well. Chris Rudnick's looks like he's been through war. So he is, he's been basically hitting everything that can move and a few things that don't. But that being said, with that in mind, Adam's got to be worried because I don't think Chris cares what his car is going to look like by the time this battle's over.
No, it's had some bumps. You can see. It looks like there's an indicator missing there. There's a little bit of paint. It's just a small scratch on the front bumper, I think. It's pretty mint.
Yeah.
I think Adam, who's been this is going to be a big difference in grip, horsepower. So Rudnick's up against it here. He's got to go. Look at that. Jumping the start like clever from Chris Rudnick. He's been putting in great laps, but now he's got to have some pace here as well.
Adam LZ up front. With a good initiation, but Rudnick able to keep on it. Can he get the grip down to keep up with Adam LZ? And he's doing a good job considering the horsepower difference. Rudnick dropping some more body panels to reduce weight and keep up with Adam LZ as they come to this last section. Oh, Rudnick! Can he hang on to it? He does, just barely. It looks like he straightened the car out.
I think he was going to make contact with LZ and he had to back out of it, which I'm incredibly surprised he was even in that position.
Yeah.
That late in the circuit. He went for it there.
Yeah, it's impressive he was just keeping up.
Well, I think the best thing for me was that he, watch LZ's initiation. It's pretty solid, it always is. He goes super wide, which allows Rudnick to go a little bit on the inside. But Rudnick goes right out to the outer zone as well on the edge. And I thought at this point, he's going to leave him for dead. There's no point. To be fair, Rudnick transitions nice and early. Doesn't put a wheel on the grass. And look at this, matching pace. Maybe not line. But watch as he goes through here, hits the dirt. I think that's just unsettled the car. And again, if he had just not dropped that wheel, I think he'd have been on the door right to the finish.
Yeah, it was a great job. I mean, that's the thing. Even with battling somebody with more horsepower, you can drive a car in a different way. That's why I always say it's really important to learn in a car with low horsepower so you can know what to do and you know how to handle the car. And that's, I mean, Chris has done a phenomenal job of doing that. So we're going to swap them around, and we're going to have Adam LZ chasing now. And can he hold that car back to make sure he's not just plowing through Rudnick, especially as we come to this initiation point?
There we go. Second half of the battle. It is going to be Chris Rudnick in the lead position, Adam LZ in the chase position. LZ's not going to want to go home here in the top 16. He's going to get up close and personal with Chris Rudnick. Rudnick got a good line. Oh, just missed that outer zone. LZ there up on the door. There's some contact. Dust, dirt, bumpers in the air as Chris Rudnick's car falls apart. Now this is where Rudnick made the mistake. LZ does not make the same mistake. Gets up on the door. Little tag to the bumper. Look at Chris Rudnick. Says, bring it on.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And Chris Rudnick making his own track.
He forgot to look right.
How is that bumper hanging on?
I don't know what's holding that bumper on other than hopes and dreams. Yeah.
Yep.
Chris Rudnick was looking at Adam LZ and then just drove clean off the track.
Yeah,
just
he was so distracted.
He was. And you know what? At that point, the run was over. It didn't matter.
I think he was a little starstruck. It was one of those, oh my God, is that Adam LZ? And then next thing
he
you
just
know,
drove off the track.
Driving off track.
To be fair to both guys, there was some interesting moments there.
It was pretty wild. So
I think Adam went a little too aggressive on that first corner, but I love to see it. Coming through the first zone, you can see LZ's got a little bit more pace up onto the door. And right here, Rudnick starts to go a little bit too wide. Boomf. There's a little nudge. They both stay in it. Chris Rudnick's bumper is like, what am I doing here? And then Adam LZ transitions. And this is where Rudnick drops a wheel. He drops a wheel again, but he gets away with it. And this time, Adam LZ does a little number here. Watch, little knock to the wheel. Chris Rudnick tapping on the door. That's what this event is all about.
Yeah.
Having some fun. If you're in the grandstand, give it up for Adam LZ and Chris Rudnick.
I think Adam's gonna have to climb out the window again. Oh, no, out the window he goes.
I'll tell you what I love about this is, get to see another two friends go at it again in two very similar looking machines, but quite different underneath. And Chris Rudnick and Adam LZ doing a great job. That was fun. Adam LZ's car's got some tire marks on it now. So Adam LZ gets the win. Adam LZ gets the win. Goes through to face, we don't know yet, but it's going to be either Rich Whiteman or Andrew Shorkey. Good runs from Chris Rudnick. I think he did himself proud there, Jacob.
Yeah, he put up a hell of a battle. That was great to see. I mean, we saw door tapping. We saw guys going wide. We saw new tracks being paved. I mean, maybe TMP will add a new section in there and call it Rudnick Way.
I like that, Rudnick Way.
Rudnick Way.
Nice to see it. Toronto make some noise for Adam LZ and Chris Rudnick. A lot of noise. Very loud. It's a very loud event.
Yes.
It's very noisy.
Drifting is not known to be quiet.
No.
No.
Look at that rear fender. It's completely worn through. Then Rich Whiteman saying, turning the GoPro on because, you're going to want to re-see this.
This is going to be good. So Rich Whiteman is an ex-FD Pro Spec driver, and Andrew Shorkey is a licensed Pro Spec driver who's yet to go into it. So we're talking about one guy that's kind of stepped away from FD and another guy that is now, hopefully soon, going into FD.
Yeah, and of course we've got two almost identical vehicles here.
Yes, no, they're spitting
Massive
images. Yeah.
Chaser versus Corvette. I mean, these are pretty much the same car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? I've been watching these guys all the way through practice and qualifying. It's been fun to watch. But to me, watch Rich Whiteman on the entry. He's a wild man. Wild man. That's why he turned the GoPro on. He's going to want to see this again. Big flick in. Whiteman throwing it, look at that, up onto the wall. But Shorkey getting right in the... Oh! Good move there from Andrew Shorkey. Gets right in his business through the first corner. Big angle from Rich Whiteman. Will he be able to hold it? He will be able to hold it. He's definitely got power in that JZX as he pushes it around that last corner. It's a good run from both of these drivers. See, Andrew maybe caught a little bit with the extra angle coming out of the corner from Rich Whiteman, but Whiteman made it work.
Yeah, Andrew he's driving aggressive. That's what he's doing. He's trying to hunt down those fenders. I mean, like a shark. I mean, although it is Shorkey, but you can see here at this initiation, he comes in on the inside, and then Rich Whiteman able to push it a little bit wider. Shorkey then gets on the throttle, and where it kind of goes wrong for Andrew is at this transition right here. Does it a little bit early, goes a little bit shallow, and if he would have waited just a little bit longer, he would have been right on the fender of it, and that's it. It's a split second. That's the difference in drifting, is that small amount of time.
Exactly, and he almost was overeager.
Yeah.
He had to back out. He had to hit the front brakes just to back himself off. And you back off at any point in that power rally, you're going to lose 2-3 car lengths instantly.
Especially at the beginning.
Yeah, that's where it happened. And I got a love for that JZX. It is so, he drives it like it's a small car, but it's a very large car. And I'm not sure sometimes he realizes how large it is because he smashed into things sometimes. But it is a very cool car, and it's got a lot of power.
Yeah, both guys making, I mean, probably similar horsepower. I know the engine in Shorkey's a Fab Mac engine, and I mean, they build some crazy stuff, build stuff for Josiah, build stuff for a lot of guys. So I don't think the horsepower difference is going to be that much.
Well, let's see what happens as they come into that first corner. Andrew Shorkey in the lead, Rich Whiteman in the chase. Shorkey, big angle entry. As Rich Whiteman climbing up on the grass now. Look at this, Rich Whiteman, no answer so far from the pace of Andrew Shorkey. As Whiteman's got to make some moves here, he's going to lose that. Look at Shorkey, he's up and gone. Can he slow it down though? Shorkey coming in way too hot, but he manages to slow the car down. Didn't expect that. Rich Whiteman not having the pace.
So both drivers have made mistakes in their chase runs, but what it's going to come down to is who made their mistakes first. And unfortunately, Rich Whiteman did make a mistake earlier than Andrew did. Andrew did it before the power rally. Rich Whiteman was basically right here, had his initiation and kind of dove in, and you can see his hands flailing to try and get the car back under control. A little bit of understeer, snap oversteer, able to get the car settled, but by then, Andrew Shorkey, gone. Yeah,
well, so just to remind you, Jacob, of course, new rules for you this weekend?
I think so.
So, yeah, it's not first mistake, only if it's zeros.
Oh,
so
okay.
only zeros. So
gotcha.
if it's a zero on the track or there's double zeros, it's
well,
who made the first. But no one made any zeros there as far as I can see.
That's a good point.
I think that's going to come as two pretty much individual runs. As you said, mistakes from both. No major mistake for Rich Whiteman, but he was nowhere near in proximity. Shorkey has the proximity, but he makes an error. That's going to come down to personal preference from the judges for me. Whether they reward the proximity or they look at the bigger mistake.
I would say, I mean, Rich did have it because he had it earlier. That did cause that discrepancy for the rest of the run.
I would agree.
So
judges are going to make their decision on this one. It's for a spot in the grade 8, and it's to go up against LZ. So whoever gets the win here is going to have a pretty high-profile battle in the grade 8. Will it be Whiteman? Will it be Andrew Shorkey? They're all friends up behind the scenes. Here we go. Who's going to get the win? It's going to be Rich Whiteman. Rich Whiteman getting the win. Rich Whiteman gets the win. He is a happy man right now. Andrew Shorkey eliminated at this point in the competition. And I think it's going to come down to that mistake, backing off. You know, he lost a lot of ground, made the mistake, transitioned in the wrong area, while Whiteman didn't have the proximity, had no major errors.
Yeah, I agree. So, Andrew Shorkey, you're definitely going to hear that name again. You're going to see that face again in those insane liveries that the Misfit Drift team put together on their cars. Always with the purple.
Say it's a very wild livery.
Always with the purple and the gold wheels.
That's their thing?
That's their thing.
It works.
Yeah.
Purple and gold.
Purple and gold.
It's very royal.
Yes.
Very royal colors. Love it. With a little bit of a JDM-inspired style as well. Love that look on the car.
Great livery, great team, great guys.
Yes, Rich Whiteman, the back of his car is kind of like melting, I think, a little bit at this point. It's falling apart a little bit, but it doesn't matter.
It's all business back there.
The thing is, the back of his car is so far away from it, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to worry about it.
Different time zone.
Yeah, if he got hit in the back, he'd need a text to say that he got hit in the back. We're going back to this one. It is going to be Josiah Fillet is going up against Ben Zislin. Feel like your car is large, V8, and from America. This is the battle for you.
Chevy versus Ford, classic. Lots of V8 power, lots of. Is Ben's naturally aspirated as well?
I think it is naturally aspirated, yeah. Here we go. Oh, through the chicane they go. Josiah hits some cones. Oh, Ben Zislin firing in on the inside. Oh, understeer from Josiah. Had to back out of that one a little bit. Josiah again. Oh, Ben Zislin's coming for this one. Up on the grass, up on the dirt. Josiah puts the power down in the power alley. It does make them move, but it's a big wash. As Ben Zislin again has the issue of trying to slow all that Mustang down. Better than the first time around, though.
Yeah, the initiation is really interesting, and I almost feel like Josiah kind of baited him coming into that power alley where it seemed like he was a little bit slow, like a wounded animal, and then just took off. But yeah, Ben with a good initiation there, and then diving in. That almost caught a few other guys out, but it put him in a great spot here to be able to keep up with Josiah. Gets back on the power, and then you see here Ben dives just a little bit too tight, and then you see Josiah right at this point just puts the loud pedal down and takes off. Real tough for Ben to keep up with that. And then Josiah knows with the alignment and how he's built that car that he's got enough side bite to slow the car down, and it does shove Ben a little bit wider out. So
I agree. I think, yeah, I mean, there's a little error from both sides, but it's that last corner for Ben. He can't seem to slow the car down enough. And again, he's playing a little bit of catch up in the power alley, and then it's a big decel, big car. He's everything bar throwing an anchor out the window trying to get around that corner. But when we switch him around, we'll see what happens. This was a one more time, remember, people, from the first time. So it looked like Josiah had the advantage in the first half the last time too. But Ben comes out of the blocks pretty quick.
And just a reminder, with the rules here, one more time means one more time. So no more one more times after this. Judges have to make a call. Let's see what Ben does out here from the gate. See what kind of initiation we see. A big one. Josiah answers and matches to come to that first outside zone. Ben doing a good job as they push out nice and wide using all of the track. But Josiah putting down all that LS power, and Ben going wide. Josiah tapping him. Ooh. Brand new car, not so much for Josiah.
No, I think that was Ben just got a little stuck on the outside of the track, hit a big dirt drop.
I think that wheel may be pointing in the wrong direction. The front wheels look all right. If our drone pilot can hear us, let's check out the back end. That's what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, that one does not look like it is attached anymore to whatever it was attached to. Yep.
But that being said, the FDF equipment is made to fail in very specific ways.
Yeah, to stop more chassis damage. It's designed to fail like that. But you know what the funny thing is? I think I gotta look at this again. Look, Ben was fast through here. Everything was going. The line was perfect. But did he just transition too late? Yeah, it just goes a little wide, washes wide, hits the edge of the track. Yeah.
And then he just catches and straightens the car out and kind of slingshots the rear end around, and that's what taps the very front of the rear wheel. So, a couple new parts. I wonder if he's got any spares. Think Josiah's got any spares kicking around?
I'm sure the man could make some in the paddock. Imagine he just got like aluminum in the paddock, started just welding things,
I
get
can
back out.
see it. Can we gather all of our tin cans together, please?
Yeah, well,
so
we're
we
sending out the flatbed truck, so we're going to have a little delay here as Josiah struggling to get that car back to the pit area or even back for a result. We'll watch the rear wheel here. Running the extreme toe in, bro.
I mean, I've seen some pretty crazy toe in over the years.
That one takes the cake, though. That car is
That might
definitely...
take the win.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 inches is quite a lot.
So, did he have a headlight when he started that? Maybe he did. I don't know.
I think it's still in there.
Oh, it's
Looks
still in
like
there.
yeah.
It fell in. Look, the headlight is just like, please protect me.
Yeah.
I don't want to be out there.
I've seen what you've done.
Yeah, I've seen how you drive. So, yeah, Josiah's waiting on the flatbed to bring that car back in.
Might have broke the possibly the control arm there, but those Kenzai wheels still hanging on. They look just as
It
good
goes
as
to
they
show,
did.
yeah, the Kenzai wheels on that car, taking a hit, keep on ticking. And that's what you want.
Yeah. There's a reason why you see them on so many drift cars.
Oh, for sure.
Look at Josiah. I just finished it.
Yeah, Josiah Fillet gets the win because, of course, he cannot make it back in front of the grandstand to get a result because he's on the flatbed truck. Bring the flatbed truck down here. So he's on the phone. He's just firing up the CAD machine. Going, he's pressing print.
Yeah. 3D print me a new rear end.
Print me a new rear end, please.
Yeah.
Ben Zislin, look at that, the back end of the car. It looks like I punched in the face.
It does look like a face,
It
too.
does look like a face, like, ow. Yeah, so Ben Zislin, well, to be honest, he's done about 17,000 laps of this track this weekend, all of them exciting. But unfortunately, I thought he was going to pull a gap there, but he drops the wheel, and all of a sudden he kind of lifts off the throttle, lets the car wash out wide, stalls up, Josiah hits him. It's definitely a little wave over to Josiah. Josiah's too busy on the phone trying to fire up the CNC machine.
Drafted an invoice.
Yeah. He's like, boys, get the aluminum.
Yeah.
We got to design the whole back end of this Corvette again.
Make for another part of the series.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and the bumper says
There it
goodbye.
goes.
The bumper is like, nope, enough for me. It's been a long week. So Ben decided to drift his way all the way into the pits, out the front gate, and all the way home. There's a Mustang. There's some people. This will get interesting. It is almost magnetically attached. So you can see Ben going back. He's had a great weekend. I've really enjoyed watching him. 16 years of age, by the way, just starting his drift career. I mean, he has got such a future ahead of him.
It's amazing how young the drivers are. And I actually have to correct myself from yesterday. Jaden is not 16. He is 15. I was corrected on that one. So not even old enough to drive yet in Canada. Still 15 years old. He's got a little bit to go before he can even get a learner's permit at this point. Quite a lot of Corvettes in competition, as we see here. I believe we've got 4 running today. And a good mix of cars. As we take a look down at what the rest of that bracket is going to look like.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what also we're going to do. We're going to have a little word from the partners that make all of this possible. Of course, so many companies supporting this whole dream of LZ and Drift Games, putting together this world tour. Let's see who they are and let's hear about them.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matfield. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
right, we are back here at the LZ World Tour, the Canadian stop. We see fellow Canadian Josiah Fillet up on that flat deck. Took a bit of damage there from his last battle with Ben. Taking a bit of, FTF, angle kit. Needs be a grip kit for the rear. Does need a little bit of work, but I'm sure he's got some spare ones kicking around. So that's what we're waiting on right now. Quick shouts out to all the media out here that help bring all the action out to you guys. See them out in the field with their high-vis vests on. Those are the people, they're the reason why you get to see everything on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, if anybody's even using Facebook anymore. You can see your tow truck taking Josiah back to the Link ECU paddock. It's been a phenomenal event so far. I'm super honored to be able to announce here for all of my Canadian or not my fans, but fans of drifting here at TMP. As you can see, we are absolutely packed in. For everybody in the stadium right now, how many here are actual drifters? How many people here have been out to a drift day? Have you driven at this track, been to one of the other tracks here in Canada? I know we got a few of you out there. Love it. All right, who's actually got a car that's not living on jack stands right now? That is as quiet as I thought it was going to be. Now, how many people out there have a car on jack stands right now? That's what I thought.
I saw a couple of cars out there that were so low that if they even ran over a chocolate bar, it would be a write-off.
Day over.
The whole chassis would bend if they even had a pebble. They're so low.
Yeah, and our roads are not great here, so it's a bold move.
I saw that. I was driving through, and they're not too bad. But those guys they're committed.
Yeah.
Very committed.
Here for the style.
Here you go. We got an next battle up on deck. It is going to be Jaden Maturana against Mike Martino. Jacob, we got an SR, we got a Corvette. This is kind of where drifting's been to where drifting is. Like this little generation gap here.
Yep. Definitely seen a bit of an age gap as well. Jaden out front in that Corvette. Mike following in behind. Let's see what Jaden's initiation is going to look like. Very aggressive 15-year-old as he comes across the line. But Mike, failure to launch, doesn't get the car initiated. Not sure what's going on there. Jaden's going to blow out everybody's eardrums all the way through this track. Mike catching up, though. May not have initiated correctly, but he's still willing to get into the battle as he dives into this last corner. And we check out those amazing shoes on Nick Swan's feet as we come around the last zone. Might have to get a replay on that last bit.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, though. The little SR that could in Mike Martino's car for sure.
Back to the SR love. You were going to single-handedly increase the cost of SRs.
Well, they've already done that.
I know. Have they gone up? I'm not in the SR market.
No, the market of SRs has already gone up because when they blow up, there's less of them. So they knew that from the start. That was a smart move by Nissan. Or Nissan?
Nissan. There you go. All right, let's see that initiation.
Mike is just... I think Mike thought he was a camera car there for a minute, and then he was like, no, I'm in the battle. Let's go. You can see here it is going to be wide to the edge of the circuit. Mike Martino cutting some track to get back in the mix. Big dive from Mike Martino as he comes into the corner. It's not bad. Not a bad run. Mike Martino getting back into it. It's just his initiation. He didn't really initiate. He kind of just waited, and I think there might have been a handbrake issue. It might have been a mechanical problem.
Could be.
But also, very importantly, with Mike's car, it's so cool. You miss some mistakes.
You forget the mistakes.
You just watch it and go, wow.
Yeah.
And then you go, it doesn't really matter if it's drifting or just sat still. It's beautiful, so it's fine. Jaden Maturana in the chase now. Jaden Drifter. Oh, Jay getting very, very close on the initiation. He left it very late there as he hops over the curb. Mike Martino missing that out of zone, pretty tight on things. Mike just trying to get up and gone here as they come through. Very little angle from Mike Martino. As Jaden now makes that big dive, can they both slow it down enough? Big lock up from Jay as he comes in on the door. Keeps it nice, up close and personal across the finish line. Yeah, it just seems like Mike it's a very fast track when you don't have a huge amount of power because your car is struggling to actually drift at all.
Yeah, with this layout, especially running in this direction, they sometimes actually run it the opposite way as well. Really, 300 horsepower and up is what you need to make it all look good. Sometimes they've thrown other points in there, but the way we've got it laid out right now, if you're not making at least 300 of the wheels, it is going to be a bit of a struggle.
I feel like Mike here, if he was on 15-inch rims, could probably have got there. But because he's on the gangster fitment,
right,
he's got to put the big wheel and the big tire on, and he's doing a great job of. I mean, I don't think, in my opinion, it's Mike making the mistake. It's just the car doesn't have it.
That's
he
it.
just can't make it do any more than it's doing. But I'm here for it because it's a beautiful car.
That's what happens when you use all your points to go towards style and not as much towards performance. It looks fantastic.
I'm on that buzz, to be honest, because when all is said and done tonight, the car looks still pretty in the pits.
That's a good point. Yeah, when it's sitting still. It sits still more than it goes sideways.
Yeah. And again, Design Shop React, which is a design company and wrap company here in Toronto, as far as I know.
Yep.
And they do some cool stuff. They did all the liveries for Front Street, all that stuff. So they're here for the scene.
And any car with a wing that sits level with the roof of the car.
Precise.
Yes.
That's the style. Look at that. The roof spoiler in line with the rear wing.
Yeah.
That's the rule. That's the rule.
That's the rule.
That's the rule.
Have to do it.
Not higher, not lower. Here we go. We got a decision dropping in between Jay the Drifter and Mike Martino. Let's see which way it goes. Out of the car they come. Decision is Mike Martino getting the win. Mike Martino getting the win. And we got a misshift on the straight from Jay is the reason. Yes, that initiation. So the initiation of Mike Martino disrupted by the misshift on the straight from Jay the Drifter.
Interesting.
That's why you put good drivers in the judgings, because they know how annoying that is when you're trying to run up on the front car, on the elite car.
I missed that completely.
That's because we were looking at Mike Martino's car.
Yeah, we were staring at it.
I mean, you know what? Mike Martino's car, we get to look at it again in the top 8.
Yeah.
He's through.
Who is he going to battle? That's the next question.
We don't know just yet. But either way, it's going to be a killer car he's up against for sure. But you know what? To me, that's an SR20 into the Grade 8. And that would make it 3 events in a row where an SR20 has made it into the top 8 of an LZ World Tour event.
That's
just going to put it out there.
Just putting it out there.
Y'all thought it was over.
Nope.
It's back. The SR is back. It is now the God's engine. It's back. And it's making a big impact.
How many SRs do you have just holding on to as you just drive the price of this up? I think this is a ploy. This is it. I think we're going to find out that you actually have the largest private stash of SRs.
I don't. All of them have blown up, so I've only the ones that are working in the cars right now. But still. And I run them at very low horsepower because I'm obviously...
Smart man.
Yeah, I've got common sense. I'm not putting power in them because, let's be honest. But to be honest, I love to see the SR, to me, was the engine that started the whole drift revolution.
Right.
Along with the old 4AG. And those two engines, you're never going to see a 4AG on this track anyway. The man would be under serious pressure. But good to see an SR still in the mix. And here we go. Definitely not an SR in this battle.
No, what we're seeing right here, right now, Riley Sexsmith, who, same thing, Pro 2 driver, did get his pro license back in, I believe it was 2018, against Tommy Lemire, another driver that ran in Pro 2. So we're kind of seeing another Ontario versus Quebec battle.
A lot of horsepowers.
Lot of horsepowers. These cars are nuts.
Going to be smoky here.
Both
Very
of these
smoky.
are pro-level builds. Both shops that have built these are built insane vehicles all the time. So this is going to be nuts.
I'm going to put it out there. I think before the end of today, which could only be this battle really, Tommy Lemire is going to do something that's going to be on the highlight reel. Because he's been edging towards the edge of reason halfway through. He's very aggressive. But also, if you look at Riley Sexsmith, smooth, 1,000 horsepower, well able to go in that. It's a GT86. Is it a BRZ? It's got a Toyota badge. It kind of looks like a BRZ bumper. I don't know. Same thing. Same.
Yep, take it.
So here we go. It's going to be Tommy Lemire in the chase position. Riley Sexsmith in the lead position. Oh, he's taking out the cone. Doesn't matter. Who cares? Let's go. Riley Sexsmith in the first car. Tommy Lemire. Big initiation.
We see here Tommy Lemire able to catch up with Riley after that large initiation. Super loud Jay-Z's popping off. Riley gripping that car up and shooting it through our power alley. Tommy Lemire doing everything he can to keep up as we switch over to our drone view. Riley going wide. Tommy Lemire says, I'll follow you there. And rubbing some paint off that door. That's a fresh wrap on Riley Sexsmith's car.
There's so much smoke. The guy in the camera tower was like, help.
Yeah.
I don't know where or what's going on anymore.
Put up the bat signal.
Look at Tommy right in. Look at this. A very brave initiation up along the wall. That's some smooth drifting right there. Very in control. Both cars know what they're doing. Now this is, when you look at the power difference, he misses the outer zone there, Riley. Getting that little punch of acceleration ahead of Tommy Lemire. But Tommy Lemire missing some zones too. So this is the bit where Riley's like, slow down. Oh no.
Oh no.
And then Tommy's like, come here to me, you.
Come here to me, you.
That's a very Irish phrase.
Is it?
Yeah, that's an Irish phrase.
I thought you were going with the Mortal Kombat. Like, come here.
Come over here.
Yeah.
Either or. Irish people and people from Mortal Kombat are quite similar.
Yes.
Interesting
Enjoy
characters.
fighting.
Interesting characters and enjoy fighting. So here we go. It's going to be Tommy Lemire in the lead position. Oh, we've lost the run of the tower now.
That's great.
So Tommy Lemire in the lead position. We got Riley Sexsmith in the chase. Tommy's car looks great, by the way. Both of these cars very well presented as they come off the line. Tommy Lemire is going down that wall for the flick initiation. That's aggressive from Riley Sexsmith, but he's losing a bit of ground. He's going a bit wide. Too much angle from Riley Sexsmith as Tommy Lemire takes advantage and puts foot. Look how fast Tommy Lemire's car is. Can he slow it down though? Yes, he can. Tommy Lemire did a great job there. Riley Sexsmith just kind of went for it, but lost it, went on a bit too much angle. And again, if you lose any ground on this track, it is so hard to catch back up. You can't make any mistakes.
No, you've got like 2 spots to really pick up any gap that's there. So Tommy Lemire with this nice feint initiation puts him right up next to the wall. Riley does a good job in behind, a bit more of a straight line. Tommy gets on the throttle really early, but able to get through all the zones. Riley able to keep up for the most part. Riley transitioning a little bit earlier here, but at that point, Tommy Lemire is already gone.
Yeah, but Tommy's kind of missing some zones. He's picking up a lot of pace, kind of cheating the pace because he's not going the correct wide line.
Right.
But the damage might have been done by that point already on Riley Sexsmith because he went on that big angle on the first corner. But I don't know. I'm not a judge.
Nope, neither am I.
Yeah, we're here to just call the action with some poor information.
Yep, off the cuff.
We have opinions, we have notions of our intelligence, but at the same time, it doesn't matter for anything.
Nope.
We're not going to be deciding this one. It's great to see 2 Canadian drifters out there, and this is what I love about the LZ World Tour. Everywhere we go, we get to see new guys, new builds, new cars, throw the locals in there for the local scene.
We talked a little bit about it yesterday. I mean, this is the first competition Riley's had back after a really, really bad motorcycle accident back in 2021. So great to see. Mentioned before, this is Riley and his team are the ones that I started with. So for me, very emotional to see him back out here. And
let's see who's going to get the win, Jacob. It's going to be Tommy Lemire getting the win. Tommy Lemire getting the win. I could agree with that. I think the mistake from Riley on the first corner, kind of regardless of Tommy missing a couple of zones, he was never really catching him back up there. And then
so
you got
tough.
the big wash from Riley Sexsmith as well in his lead position. So 2 kind of big errors there. Tommy Lemire's kind of, I'm just going to say it, he's got a chance here.
I think so. I mean, we're talking about a crazy car.
If there's one thing that can stop an 800 horsepower car, it's an SR20.
It could be.
And Mike Martino, that's the guy, all the way through. Or is it going to be a VR6 or an RB30?
Could be.
Another 2 classic drift engines here.
Might be the best sounding battle we're going to get. May not be the loudest one, but it is going to be at least the most interesting sounding.
The VR6, and that's from a Volkswagen Touareg, that's in that Audi. Which is an SUV engine in an Audi A5. It sounds a bit like a 2JZ, which is really strange to me because I know it's a straight 6, so it sounds similar.
It doesn't quite have that top end that the 2J has, but yes, I agree, especially as it's like kind of grunting and spooling up, very 2J-esque.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here as we have 2 Stone Cold Killers ready to go. Andre Michenko in the Audi. Got Lee Yearwood in the RB30. Firing. Look at the angle from Andre Michenko. Oh, too much angle. He's off the track. Oh, he's got in pretty heavy. I think he might have DB'd a tire, yeah.
Just Audi things.
Classic Audi things.
Yes.
Yeah. And you know what? You go anywhere in the world and you will see an Audi A5 at the side of the highway like this. So this is...
That is much more of a European problem than a North American problem. But yeah, let's watch here at the replay. You can just see that that Audi, this is the first event that it's really been out in testing. And missing a bit of side bite there, as you can see, and Lee able to keep it out of the dirt. But Andre just, threw it in hard, went for all of it, just came out empty-handed, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it doesn't really, the fact that an Audi A5 is too fast is phenomenal to me in drifting. And, I love the fact that TSH Autos, those guys have done a phenomenal job of making something very, very different as he limps back to the pit area. You can see that, I'll tell you what, oh, he stopped now. Oh, maybe he wanted to get out and pick up the BC Racing clipping point and say, while I'm here.
Very polite, man.
While I'm
he
here.
would do that.
No, he's like, nah.
Someone will get
I didn't even get that far. I didn't even get that far on the track. So as you can see, we have got a D-bead on the back of Andre's car.
So what are our rules around here? This is new territory for
our
me.
track manager is just checking them now. So just see if the D-bead will knock him out of competition or he will be allowed to take a 5-minute rule. We'll let you guys know. Oh, there's absolutely no doubt that he was going way off there.
Wow.
Look at that.
Used all that suspension.
Yeah, and if we do it in reverse, he's actually
planting.
He's planting seeds.
Yep.
So if you go in reverse, look at this, you're going to go, oh no, and then whoop, All back
There
in
it
again.
is. Look at.
Yeah, look
He's,
at that.
he's fixing what Dave Briggs destroyed.
Yeah, so Andre can take a 5-minute rule if he wants on this one to put a tire back on the back of that Audi A5. But let's be honest, Lee Yearwood's got a huge advantage here.
Yeah.
Massive advantage.
Lee's ready to go, though.
So Lee's like, I would really like to just go more drifting, please.
Sir,
Yeah.
can I have some more?
2 people have driven that car today. Sean Booth drove it in a
Right.
battle against Lee Yearwood earlier on, which you've got to go back to see that because I can't explain that to you any other way than that.
Yeah.
They swapped cars halfway through.
Only at the LZ World Tour.
Yeah, I think Sean Booth might drive that truck now next. Just driving everything. Anything with a key, Sean Booth's taking into the layout this weekend.
He might be. I mean, if we could zoom in.
Is that Sean?
I don't know.
No,
I don't
no,
know if it is.
There's a large gentleman in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Lee Yearwood. He's cooler than the other side of the pillow right now. He's just like chilled, no stress. He doesn't even have to worry about it.
That one got me. That one got me.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know 100%.
Hey.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Flipping the pillow over, looking for the
You
cool
might have
side.
no reference with drifting, but you know about the cooler on the other side of the
Everybody knows about the cool side of the pillow. And if you don't, flip your pillow.
Yeah.
That's it.
Life-changing.
Life-changing.
Life-changing. Everyone's like, he was right.
Oh, my gosh. All these years. I was today years old when I learned about the other
Free
side
air
of the pillow.
conditioning.
Yeah.
Just turn your pillow over. So Lee Bird sitting in the car. His helmet looks like he's fallen down a flight of stairs, by the way. So that I don't know what he's been doing in the last year of drifting, but
Taking some notes off RTR, three-wheeling into the dirt.
yeah.
Wow, Lee held on to it though. Look at did he
just stayed on the edge.
I'm loving this. I like
the cloud. Look at the cloud returns back into the car.
It's like a Hoover vacuum
fine.
commercial.
Yeah. Everything's fine. Yeah. Look at that. Andre sending everybody to the quantum realm there on the first corner.
Never, yeah.
And there's a couple of people in the bleachers there who are like, "This is going to be great. I'm enjoying
We picked
this."
an amazing spot.
Yeah.
Honey, look at the seats
I
we
feel
got.
like someone's just gone and queued up, got a beautiful ice cream cone.
Yes.
And just had a look at it and said, "You know what? This is a good day for me."
Yeah, nothing could ruin this.
And then sprinkles.
Oh, look at the tire in the back.
Yeah,
Looks
the
like
tire,
he's
the
got a stanky
tire
leg.
is not having a good time. The guy on the scooter, though, he's
Needs
like,
a tune.
I could race you now. To be fair, this would be a fair race.
I think that scooter needs a tune real bad though.
She's running rich. Running a little
He's
rich.
going to call 5.
He's going to call a 5-minute rule.
Yeah. That scooter's giving it everything it's got.
I think that thing is on its last legs.
What
I'll be
a
honest.
shot. Can we get that in reverse? Can we play what just happened in reverse? Scooter goes backwards.
I think we need Jordan or K Tunes to go down to that scooter and say plug in because that thing is not running right.
Yeah. Let's get a Link ECU. Let's put a standalone on that
Link
scooter.
ECU on that scooter?
I think
Oh,
so.
perfect.
Let's do it. We got any wiring guys in the house?
I assume they don't do an off-the-shelf Link ECU. For
there's
one
no
of
plug
those.
and play for
Yeah,
that.
there's no plug and play. But
Hey, there we go. We got the rewind.
Hey, there we go.
Thank you.
This is the slowest, stupidest drag race in history. That's what this is. A three-wheeled
Stanky
Audi
leg.
against the scooter.
Oh, I love this dance move.
That's why you come to see. This is the big moments you come to see here at the LZ World Tour.
We do this for everybody else.
Yes. Don't you ever try and make me take this seriously. Ever. This is about fun, Jacob.
Yes, this is it. We're laughing. The judges are here. They're laughing. It's a good time.
It's a good time. Nate Hamilton, on the other hand, has got a very tough battle ahead of him here against Duarte Vienna because watching qualifying, watching practice, 2 guys that were taking it quite seriously to win the event on that skateboard deck is Duarte and Nate Hamilton.
I think Nate just showed up to a burnout competition, but no one told him that it's a drifting competition.
If you look at Nate Hamilton, he's the nicest guy on the planet. Just such a gentleman.
Oh, yeah.
Such a
Sweetheart.
positive
He's
guy.
a sweetheart of a human being.
And then when he drives, you kind of feel like maybe all of the opposite of that, the anger, is just in those 50 seconds.
You hide all the pointy objects.
Yeah, and then back out of the car, all smiles again.
Yep.
So maybe it's like a release of that aggression, and he drives aggressive. Duarte, as you said, this car is sold. This is a test drive.
Yes.
It's a stress test drive for this E46. And I was talking to Duarte yesterday. He said, "I've never felt better behind the wheel."
And then and it's sold. It's like the best time at work are the first 2 weeks and the last 2 weeks.
Yes.
Right? You already know it's over. Right? You already know the car is sold. So let's have some fun.
I don't
with
know. Maybe the deposit. He just won't. No, sorry, not giving it away.
Maybe,
this
yeah,
car is too
just
good.
give it back.
But Duarte's going to want to win this one. I think this is going to be a lot tighter than you think because Nate Hamilton goes in with all the form. XFD driver. He's a podium at the LZ World Tour already. But Duarte looking very strong. The Drift HQ boss man. I think he's going to be close here. I think this is going to be a good one. As they come off the line, Nate Hamilton in that lead position. Duarte following him in. Look at Duarte not giving him an inch on entry here. This is going to be close.
Big initiation there from Nate Hamilton. We were expecting, but Duarte coming after him real quick as Nate, technical master, coming through all the outer zones, but Duarte showing his chasing ability, a little bit of an understeer there, but he's able to get back into it. Here it is. I'm waiting for that dive from Duarte. Is Nate Hamilton doing a phenomenal job through that inside clip to come across the line. I think Duarte's got more in the tank, though.
He does. I think what happened was he got a little choked up. So if you go on too much angle in the chase position, I'm going to show you where all these battles are being won and lost from my perspective, which it probably counts for very little. After this initiation, watch how greedy the chase car gets. It starts to go up close, right, where Duarte is now. Now he's got to back off and go on angle, but Nate's gone. So at that moment in time, the lead car is starting to pick up the pace, and the chase car can't, it hasn't even transitioned yet. So therefore, you're already at a disadvantage going into the power alley, which exaggerates that through the rest of the run.
So you're suggesting, for everybody in the pits that's still listening, just hang tight. That first set of outside zones.
If you're in the chase position, what you want to do is go on minimal angle out of that corner, hold back, and the minute you see that the lead car start to transition, go with it. And build the pace with them, because then you're going to be on the door at outer zone 4 and 5, which nobody really is because of that little checkup.
Right. So you're sacrificing the rest of the run just by having the first section.
Yeah.
So
that's my opinion. It might count for nothing.
Yeah, we'll
Generally
see.
does count for nothing. But what I'm saying is that to me seems like where Jimmy Oakes made a mistake,
listening to you.
where Duarte made a mistake, just getting a little too greedy. Let's see if Nate Hamilton's a little cleverer with that in this run.
Yep.
Duarte in the lead, Hamilton in the chase.
Let's see here, initiation by Duarte. Nate Hamilton on his doors and come around that first outside zone. Nate Hamilton not looking like he has an advantage. He looks like he is fighting for this win. And I think Nate Hamilton listened to you because he did exactly that. Great transition, now through the power alleys, hunting him down as Duarte gets to that inner clip, and then Nate Hamilton gets back on the power and they come across. I swear Nate Hamilton was listening to you.
On his FM radio?
Yeah.
He was just on, he just had the live stream plugged in. Dave told me not to go too aggressive there. But watch the timing of the transition. Nate Hamilton, such a good driver. Watch this. He doesn't overcommit. He backs off here, seeing what Duarte is going to do. The minute it spins, boom, Nate's on up the inside. And look how close he can get all the way to outer zone 4. That, to me, is the clever way to drive that track. And Nate Hamilton, it's the drift brain, I call it. Like, he's learning that where he wants to get close, and of course he could. You know, the fans love it. Everyone's like, yeah, Nate, you're so close. But then you transition too late, you lose the whole battle for the rest of the run. So that's why you see Nate so controlled through that. It's probably one of the best chase runs we've watched today.
Yeah, he's got a very high drift IQ.
Yes.
Yes, he's smart. I mean, he puts in a lot of seat time. If you guys, I mean, I know everybody here is into YouTube stuff. If you haven't checked out Nate's stuff, it's great.
Yeah.
His little like fireside chats.
I have. Really
Love
fun to watch.
Love it.
And he's such a nice guy.
Oh, so polite.
Yeah. But I feel like Nate's he's got like two sides to him. Like
Jekyll and Hyde.
Nobody drives like that.
Yeah.
Who's that nice? He has to turn that switch when he comes off the start line, but he definitely turns it back off when he comes over the finish line. Nate's going to hop out. Duarte's going to hop out. These guys are good friends behind the scenes. All smiles all around. Give it up for Nate Hamilton and Duarte Vienna. Printhouse 144 Drift HQ represent. And Nate Hamilton gets the win. Nate Hamilton gets the win. Nate's got it. He's going through to the top 8. Well won, I think. And I got to give it to Duarte. Phenomenal driving this weekend.
Yeah.
And a big shout out to the guy that bought the car. It's sort of in one piece. Now Duarte's going to probably do some donuts just to stress test that everything's okay.
Yeah, of course.
One
yeah.
final test.
In the name of warranties.
Yeah, this is just a warranty.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
This is proof that the car does donuts.
Can it do donuts in the grass?
Yeah.
Yes. Can it drift? Yes. Can it go to 120 water temp? Yes. Awesome.
Yeah.
Nate Hamilton put on a smoke show for the fans. Show your appreciation. Toronto. Yes. Nate's going to be tough to beat today. Really tough to beat.
We're going to get your pronunciation of Toronto down. You don't even worry about the last T. Just Toronto.
Toronto.
Toronto. There it
Toronto.
is. Right?
So it's T-R-O-N-N-O. Toronto.
Basically, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and the faster
Nice.
you say it, the better it is.
Toronto. There you
Toronto.
go.
There it is.
Perfect.
You got it.
Got it. Now we're back to an Audi and an RB30, so it doesn't have to make sense. Andre's put a tire on he's gone off the track. Lee Yearwood now has the big advantage here. But Andre, you know what? Very good chase driver. He's got nothing to lose here. He's going to try and go for this, put some pressure on Lee Yearwood. And remember, people are making mistakes all over this track, so it's never over till it's over. You can switch it all the way back around to one more time if Lee makes a mistake.
I don't know. I mean, Lee's been so consistent, but he's been super, super aggressive, and it can take you to the podium or it can take you onto a trailer. So let's see what Lee does here. Good initiation, not as aggressive as he has been, playing it smart, but Lee throwing it down. Andre doing what he can now. It looks like he's got that car mostly dialed super flat through all the transitions. But Lee putting that RB to the test so that VR6 comes in behind. Beautiful sounding battle as they come across the line. Andre's got it figured out.
And you know what? I think we were robbed of a better battle just from Andre going off the track so soon on the first one. But that's what happens in drifting. You got to go all the way around the track. And Andre did not. Look at Lee Yearwood. Has you really put a foot wrong all the way from the last chance, top 16. He won that. And since then, he's kind of dialed the whole way through. Like, this is a big smoke show this car puts on. A lot of power. He said this is the same engine. This was built years ago.
Really?
Yeah, so this car's been in a different car, and it's just been going for like 4 or 5 years.
We're just putting myths to bed all day.
Yep.
SRs are great engines. RBs can last for years.
Yeah. What you've learned today is SRs, unbelievable.
Yep.
Like, just unbelievably reliable. Not one is broken down this weekend.
Not one.
And then you've got RBs coming in a close second for reliability.
Yep.
And you've also got, what else have we learned? Audis have very poor headlights. They fall, so do Mustangs. They all fall off with a little bit of stress.
Specifically passenger side.
Yes.
Yeah.
The passenger side headlight is the one that always gets the stress.
Yeah, assembly errors.
So we're going to have a winner here between Andre Michenko and Lee Yearwood, Lee Bird, and Andre, who's going to get the win. Top 8 awaits. It's just a ridiculous thing to see an Audi A5 in this decision, isn't it?
Looks so good, though. Great.
Let's see which way it's going to go. Judges making the call. It's Lee Yearwood. Lee Yearwood gets the win. Lee Yearwood. The dream weekend continues, Jacob, as he is unstoppable in that car.
Amazing.
Yeah, he almost in excitement threw his steering wheel into the crowd, but then realized he needed that. Or maybe he's so confident doesn't even need it.
I don't think he does. I think he could just do it all with, give him a pair of vice grips and throw it on there.
Lee Yearwood testing the heat temperature of that RB30. Very confident in it. And the fans, definitely deaf now. If they weren't before, not hearing much for the rest of the weekend.
Free healthcare, man.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Thanks. That's a good thing. Free healthcare.
Yeah. No.
You can do burnouts as close to the fans as you want.
Hearing clinic is going to be busy tomorrow.
Yeah. So I was at the show, and I was having a conversation, and then I was like that scene in Saving Private Ryan where everything just is a bell. Yeah. And what caused it? Would you believe it? An Audi and an RB30 caused it.
Instantaneous.
Here we are. Look at this. We're now into the top 8. Luke Fink, Josiah.
Oh, so good.
Standardish Corvette versus the most advanced Corvette in the world. We got Adam LZ going up against Rich Whiteman in a car that Adam LZ is a big fan of, the JZX. Mike Martino, SR20 FTW, going up against Tommy Lemire. Lemire's going to have a tough time keeping with that SR with all his 800 horsepower. Then we got an RB30 going up against Nate Hamilton. That's going to be an interesting one. Lee Yearwood, Nate Hamilton. The Lee Yearwood story has got to come to a conclusion in the final or against Hamilton. We don't know. Exciting. I want to say thank you to K&N, BC Racing, Drift HQ, Link ECU, Vibrance. So many great partners here at the LZ World Tour. Just keeping the fun alive. Keeping drifting fun.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. We're here for a good time. Not a long time. Here for a good time.
We're here for a good time.
Yeah.
We're having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time at home. If you're enjoying it, let us know on the stream. If you're here in Toronto having a good time, let me hear you. Make some noise. There we go.
They're awake.
Toronto, great fans.
Yes.
They were it was a little cold earlier on. There was a little misty rain. Now it's cleared up. I think it turned on those big windmills in the background, just blew it all away.
Yeah, they're not windmills, they're just giant
actually
fans.
Extractor fans,
yes,
just getting rid of all the rain.
That's what they actually are.
And so yeah, we got 8 drivers remaining. I'm looking forward to this. It's been a fun time so far. I'm really looking forward to the first battle of the top 8 because Luke Fink looks unstoppable. Josiah, he's in like the most advanced drift Corvette.
It's a spaceship.
It's yeah. There's not much Corvette left. It's like a bit of Corvette, 95% Josiah, and that's kind of where we're at. But then Luke's car, LS3 with a bolt on, is kind of the most simple form. It's still got the stereo.
Yep. It's coming down to
how hilarious, like, because you think of Josiah, right?
Yeah.
He's doing those videos. There's a milligram here to be saved. There's a little bit there. And then Luke Fink is like, you know, listening to MP3s.
Have to keep my radio.
It's the only drift car I've ever seen in this level of competition with CarPlay. I mean, that's you got to think about it.
Do you think he's got GPS on coming around the track?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just turn left, Luke.
Yeah. Slight left ahead.
So, I mean, Josiah's got to go for this. Like, I mean, there's no point putting all that energy into that car if it's not better than Luke Fink's car, right?
Yeah, you got an air filter sticking
But
out the
then,
hood.
there's one thing that Josiah's car doesn't have. Luke Fink.
Ah.
A man that has no consequence to any of his actions.
Very hard mod to install.
That is a very, very difficult modification. So here we go. Luke Fink in the lead. Josiah in the chase. Fink is going to be a personal one. Look at Josiah up in his business. Wow, look at this into the first corner. Fink goes to the edge of the track. Josiah is right there with him. Beautiful run so far from, oh, big angle from Josiah. Over angles it a little bit. Fink fires in, big angle, allowing Josiah to tuck up on the inside. Whoa, very close. Almost contact between these two very different Corvettes. That was a good battle.
That was a great battle. Yeah, Corvette on Corvette action.
Oh, does Fink have something DB'd on the back of his car? Does he have a DB?
Let's see if we can spot it here. It's good initiation there from Luke Fink, right on the wall. Josiah matching him. I mean, chassis, when you get the same chassis, it's so cool because you can see them move together, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Josiah playing it smart. Great transition, but over-rotates just a bit while Luke Fink starts to take off. And as much as Josiah may have a bit of a horsepower advantage, if you over-rotate...
I think Fink clips the curb there.
Oh,
Does it DB the rear tire on the car? Watch the far side. I think it does.
It definitely looks a lot looser.
Yeah, he's DB'd
yeah.
it, yeah. So I think he DB'd on that transition. He still stays in it.
Made it through the run.
But that is definitely going to need a 5-minute rule. And it looked to me, yeah, you know, Josiah, he went from big angle to big angle, but it's not a part of the track where you need angle. So he kind of... yeah, so 5-minute rule call by Luke Fink. He's gonna, you know, I mean, he's good, Luke, but he needs 2 tires, let's be honest.
Yes.
To be honest, if you said to him, could he do it on 1, he probably would do it.
Oh, he would do it, no questions asked. Yeah, I don't think you'd have to
He'd somehow
talk him
make it
into
work.
Yeah, just go.
He'd just be like, well, it's all right, mate. Straight into the first corner, that's a bad impression, but you know what I mean.
It's okay, no?
It's fine. We're going to Australia in a couple of weeks. People will rim me over there.
I think you should try
do
an
the whole
Australian
thing,
accent.
the whole thing in an Australian accent.
I mean, you haven't done it in a Canadian accent. Do you have a Canadian accent figured out yet?
I feel like it's quite similar to an American accent.
Just with a lot more U's.
With a lot more U's.
Yeah, you got to add a U to basically every word.
And you can say A at the end of things as like a kind of making it a question.
Yeah.
So like, good run, eh?
Yeah, good run, eh?
And you could have just said good run, but I like it.
You also make a lot of weird sounds. Like if you're like trying to get past somebody, you don't really say sorry or excuse me. It's kind of go,
Oh, yeah?
You just make, yeah, yeah. And people know what you mean. They'll get out of your way. Yeah.
I'm having a blast. Josiah just heading back towards the pit area. He's still in one piece.
Yeah, he got that control arm swapped out in no time.
I like that the Kansai wheels look really good on that thing. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, the chrome. It's a really good livery.
It is. Simple.
Yeah.
Simple works. Well, when you've gone this crazy with the car, you don't need to go any crazier with the livery.
It's so simple on the outside. I mean, then you strip everything down, you're like, oh, this is crazy.
My most impressive thing about this car is how he fits in it.
Oh, he's gigantic.
He's a tall guy.
Very tall.
He's probably 7'9".
At least. Yeah.
At least. And Corvette, very small. I don't know, you guys have obviously sat in a Corvette. I have a Corvette, and I bought it going, oh, big car from America. Great.
Nope.
They're smaller than a Miata inside. So to get him in there, I'm sure they've had to move some stuff. But he fits in there barely, and he's got a good view out. I don't know if you can see over that stack of can filters. But
you only look left and right. How often do you look straight ahead when you're drifting? If you're looking straight ahead, there's
he's not
a problem.
parallel parking. He's drifting. Josiah just checking out that everything's all good. We move on to our next battle of the top 8. It's going to be Adam LZ versus Rich Whiteman. Rich Whiteman in the JZX. This is going to be a firecracker.
I'm curious. I try to like dig back in my archive of FD knowledge if they ever battled each other when Adam was in Pro 2.
Well, this is going to be a big one. Toronto, are you still with me? Yes. LZ's on the track. We got our boy Rich Whiteman. Rich is going to want to take him down here.
Yes.
I don't care if it's your show,
just
your tour,
rights,
or your name on the poster. Rich Whiteman came to play. And here we go. Off the line, they go through the gears. LZ, Rich Whiteman, plenty of horsepower on this one. Rich Whiteman going for it on the initiation. Here we go. LZ, a little bit understeer from Rich Whiteman. Holds on to it. LZ, no such issue. As Whiteman does that early transition, little tuck on the curve, staying in this one. LZ is fast. Rich Whiteman, though, got the match. Can he slow it down? Rich with the big wash.
Oh. Scott so excited.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
Unfortunate for Rich Whiteman. Getting that big wash towards that last corner.
So let's take a look here at Adam LZ's initiation. He's been crushing that initiation all weekend. I know he likes initiating next to a wall, and that's what we gave him here. Rich Whiteman a little bit shallower, but then you can see he starts to stare right where that smoke's coming out to dive in. Does a good job here. It cuts a little bit of the corner, and then Adam gripping that car up and just taking off. And then Rich gets on the power, grabs the e-brake, hits the left foot brake, just smashing whatever pedals in front of him to try and get back around. Adam pushing nice and wide, Rich pushing a little too wide.
I think he tried to make the big dive, and it just didn't work out the way he expected. He was kind of on and off everything, trying to slow that car down, but it was like Luke Fink's got a tire back on his car in the background, just making sure everything's okay. We'll see the second half of that battle. The first half was an unbelievable display from both of those guys. Rich Whiteman's on the line. LZ is on the line. What do you think? What do you think?
I think these cars look beautiful next to each other.
They do.
Similar headlights, similar kind of like general shape.
Actually, you know what? Here's an argument for Toyota stealing the idea for the headlights from the E36. Just put it out there.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. You were today years old when you thought about that.
Oh, I see you reaching for your tinfoil hat.
Yeah, just saying. Maybe Toyota guy was like, why would we bother? The E36, that's lovely.
It's like the Diablo 300 ZX, right?
We'll put a little curve on them so they don't know we copied them.
Yeah, change it just a little bit.
Curve on the indicator, yeah.
It is. Could be the same car. Grills are similar. I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, Toyota, you know.
I didn't know Nick Swan was a mechanic.
Nick Swan is, I don't know, what is he doing?
I think he's trying to jack the car.
He's trying to remove the side skirt from Rich Whiteman's car.
Let it run. It'll be a souvenir for a lucky fan.
Yeah. That's the world's largest dipstick. Nick Swan's just checking for oil. He's like, yep, still some in there.
Fun fact, JZX runs 200 liters of oil.
Yep. And an 18-foot dipstick.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, Nick Swan using the old...
Look at the technique,
though. The technique. This is, we call this in the trade finesse.
Yes.
A little bit of finesse,
this
just
is a precision tool. I mean,
Josiah. Oh, there we go.
Josiah was studying it. Hey, big round of applause for Nick Swan.
Nick Swan doing the job on the start line. So much passion for this job.
Oh, we got a Sawzall.
Yeah, everybody loves Nick Swan. Get up for Nick Swan.
Swan.
Brute strength taking off that side skirt.
One lucky fan going on with that side skirt.
Yeah. Everything you lose off the car, Nick will get signed and just throw it into the crowd. Nick's ready to go.
Fun fact, Nick Swan is actually the biggest celebrity here because all of the drifting enthusiasts know who he is and love him.
If you've been off a start line anywhere in North America, you've had Nick Swan setting you going.
If you haven't been yelled at by Nick Swan, you've not drifted in North America.
No. If you have, here we go, second half of the battle. Here we go. It is going to be Whiteman versus LZ. Whiteman in the lead. Look at LZ, really aggressive on the initiation as they come in. Oh. This is as close as it gets to that first corner. LZ up in his business, transitioning back. Look at that, Whiteman on a good line too, though. LZ right with him. Wow! Whiteman goes off the track, but LZ, one of the closest chase runs we've seen, but you can't have a good chase run without a good lead run. Both drivers doing an excellent job.
Adam LZ is on one today.
I think he wants to win this one.
This is nuts. This is the Adam LZ that we all love, like this aggressive chase. Perfect job in the chase there for the initiation. Rich Whiteman laying down a solid lead run, which allows Adam to be this aggressive. Watch this transition here. I don't think you could get a loony in between them. That was perfect as we start to slide out. Rich Whiteman using all the track and a little bit more. Adam LZ tucking back in as they start to slow things down. You can see Rich gets back on the power. Adam gets back on the power. And I think he almost wanted to tap him. He held back just a little bit.
You know what? I think LZ is at the third stop of the World Tour going, I kind of feel like now is the time to win one. It's a fun time up to here, but kind of want to win two.
Well, and then he's got to defend the title in Australia. I mean, the story would be great.
So LZ and Whiteman, I'm not saying that is the call. We don't know what the call is, but Cerise is going to have a little word with our drivers here in the top 8 just to feel out the madness behind the helmet, right? Behind the visor, what's going on. Probably not much in that battle. It was just go, go, go.
All right, we got two pretty loud cars right here. Honestly, very well done. Gentlemen, Rich, coming out? All right. Everybody, while they get out of the car, let's hear it for Rich Whiteman and Adam LZ. That was solid. You guys have been driving together for a while. Feeling good?
Yeah, that was amazing. That was great. I thought I messed you up back there.
I went a little too fast. That's went straight in the dirt. It's fun though.
One of my favorite things about all these events is that these guys are friends at the end of the day. We love to see it. Guys, thank you so much for putting on a good show. We got some scoring to do.
Good sounds, Jay-Z's, baby.
Good sound, Jay-Z's. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
All right, guys. How did they do?
Well, let's see which way this one's going to go. Will it be Whiteman? It's Adam LZ getting the win. LZ gets the win.
A little bit faster.
Adam, here you
Adam gets the win and goes through to the final 4. Whiteman knocked out top 8. Nice stuff. I can see that one. Great chase from LZ.
Yeah, he's got a lot of momentum. He's going to be very, very tough to stop.
But remember, in the semifinal, he would have to go up against Fink or Josiah Fillet. That's going to be a big
Either one of those, I'll sign up to watch. Cameraman, watch out.
The cameraman was running. He was running out of the way. Like,
Hazard pay.
Customary to do the twin tandem donut. You've got to do it. I don't think a driver who gets a result knows how not to do that anymore.
I feel like this just needs to be every drifting event ever. As soon as there is a call, you have to do a donut. Win or lose.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is have any tire going home out of drift event.
No,
especially not half a set of tires.
It costs so much to haul and the weight, and I mean, it's just...
You got to just throw it in the bin. Just say, in the trash.
Give it to a fan.
Yep. You just say, I don't want any tires. I'm going to leave them on the track. That's a cool car. I'm a big fan of Rich Whiteman's JZX. I think that's just done so well. And you know what? Top 8 finish, he'll be happy with that.
Yes.
Good weekend, lots of practice, lots of fun. And the car kind of in one piece. We now got to go back to the second run of Fink and Fillet's. Now, Fillet's good chase run has a little bit of a whippy transition in the middle. Now, Fink. Can Fink catch that Corvette? That's the question I have.
I think Josiah drives a lot of style and a lot of angle, and that is going to allow Luke Fink to be able to get in there and get into the pocket. And I mean, as much as Josiah is throwing nitrous at it, I mean, there's only so much horsepower you can put at this track. There's a limit where it doesn't matter anymore.
I get it, but I think Fink adds 100 horsepower with sheer enthusiasm to try and get up on the door.
It's true. It's like bonus points.
I think he's going to risk it there. Fink pumping the crowd up from the driver's seat. Josiah and Fink. Almost street-style Corvette with Luke Fink. We got the most advanced drift Corvette in the world with Josiah, but it's a first weekend for him. Fink has more experience behind the wheel of his machine. This one's going to get real interesting real fast.
All right, big initiation there from Josiah, using all that FDF angle and grip kit, but Luke Fink is there. He is right up next to Josiah as they transition through the smoke. Luke having a drive-by braille. Did Josiah add more gear to this thing? Because I think he picked up 30 more kilometers an hour. That was a rocket ship.
Wow,
I
Luke
blinked
Fink
and that was
just
over.
didn't have an answer through the power alley at all. That surprised me.
I think he put like another map on or something. I cannot believe how fast Josiah was.
Now, let's remember, all these guys running on a limited tire, so they're not allowed to run over 200 thread wear, so faster car still has no more grip. But just here, Josiah's car just went...
Right there.
Yeah,
there it is.
To the moon.
Bye-bye. Holy.
And I mean, he's trying everything he can, Fink.
Look, I mean, and he had that car completely 90 degrees to the track for so long. He does a good job to get caught up at the end. I mean, I feel like I would have just put the car in reverse and backed out at that point, but Luke Fink, never say die.
Oh, but they're having fun out there, though.
Oh, having a great time. Big smiles, big waves, two beautiful-looking Corvettes from either side of the build. Luke, you're going to need that. Thank you, sir.
That's a little freestyle. No steering wheel on?
That's good, yeah. I'd like to see him put it out the window mid-drift. I'm not saying that you have to. It'd just be kind of neat. I'm going to throw it down here to Charisse and get some thoughts on these boys.
All right, everybody, give it up. Luke Fink. All right, okay, good. All right, Josiah's going to get out of his car here in just a second. This is a battle I was waiting for. Vet against vet. How you feeling?
Pretty good. You know, I got the tunes going in there. I had to turn the AC off for that run to keep up with that thing, but I don't know why my tire beat it on the last corner. He slapped another one on, and this guy's a gentleman, fun to drive with, and whatever happens, happens. I had a ball.
And you just had a big comeback right now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. The car's fine. Couple easy repairs, and she's back on the track.
What ended up happening?
I have a built-in shear point on my car, and it sheared that point, and then I just easily replaced it back on the track.
Let's go, baby. All right, guys, let's check back in with the scoring booth, see who won this epic battle. What do you guys think?
All right, well, here we go. Decision coming in. Fillets or Fink? It will be a Corvette, and it will be Luke Fink getting the win. Luke Fink gets the win and goes through to the final 4. And I got to say, judges saying that there was some mistakes from Fillets in the first run. Was that what it's all about? Yeah, cut the track. Cut the track to make that pace happen. You know what? Those judges, eagle-eyed.
Yeah, they're real good.
We were too busy going, cool car, man. But they were watching it from a technical point of view, and Fillets Snappy transition didn't help him on the first run, and then he cut the track a little bit. And again, those little white markers on the track are there to keep the lead car out. Josiah basically using the fastest line to get through the track, which didn't really give Fink the opportunity to catch up. So that's what the judges say.
I mean, we do have one of the best analysts in drifting here with Reese, who is the spotter for Chelsea Denofa. I mean, that man can spot a hood pin from a mile away and can break down any drift event. So great to have him up here with the judges.
Well, they always miss one. They always miss one. You can miss one. Over a whole
spot.
season, you can miss one bonnet.
And we all saw what happened there. So
yeah, nothing happened. It was just a calm situation.
Yeah.
So we have now Fink against LZ in the top 4, which is, you know, there we are.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything, but that's going to be wild.
It's going to be something.
Now here we go. Mike Martino against Tommy Lemire. Mike Martino giving away about 3,000 to 4,000 horsepower in this track.
Yeah.
So but also he's got an SR.
Yeah.
So if he just, you know, plays with the throttle,
just uses
every little bit of that 4-cylinder, he might have a chance against Tommy Lemire. I'm being very optimistic. This is going to be tough for Mike here to catch Lemire. Lemire's in a proper pro car. Mike's in the Styly Boy S15. Lemire to the wall. Mike Martino doing a good job so far. Martino, though, is going to lose a little bit of ground here on big angle. Getting lost in the smoke a little bit. Look at Martino, though, back in the fight. A little SR20 that could. Martino kind of driving through that outer zone 4. Big wash in. Oh, Mike. Everyone with an SR20 was like, we're going to do it.
We got
this.
It's
about to happen.
It's happening.
The last 10 years don't exist.
I will say, though, Tommy Lemire out here did make a bit of a mistake in his lead, basically missing that outside zone. That is not happening often.
No,
those guys are overshooting it.
Yeah, Tommy's been pretty on it the whole way through the competition. He was one of my favorites to do this, you know, to go this far.
Yeah.
Look at Mike. He's like, I don't know.
I think he's just clutch kicking the whole way.
I can imagine he's just hammering the clutch going, just do something.
Yeah. Whispering at the steering wheel.
Spin a wheel.
Please.
Yeah, and then corner again. Brilliant.
You're embarrassing us.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot riding on this.
Yeah.
There's a lot riding on it.
There is.
There is the hopes and dreams of SR20 owners all around the world riding on this one.
All 15 of you are praying.
Yeah. All 12 people that still compete with an SR20 are furious right now that SR20 didn't just... He could have upped the boost a little bit halfway through the run, but then the rocker arms
I was going to say,
spraying.
then some fans would get rocker arms for gifts too.
Get your umbrellas out. So we got Tommy Lemire in the chase. We got Mike Martino in the lead. Well, Mike Martino has the cooler looking car.
This is true. That is worth some points.
You can't win on that, but there should be a little golden buzzer, you know?
Yeah, automatic pass. Yeah. Sorry, Tommy.
Tommy, sorry. You don't have flames and you don't have an SR20. So
or a giant wing.
Exactly, and the perfectly level wing with the roof. Here we go. Tommy Lemire in the chase. Oh, and Mike Martino's missed a gear. He's got a problem here. Mike Martino. And if that's an SR20 gearbox in that car, that is the first failure of an SR20 gearbox in the history of drifting.
I didn't see...
Big moment here.
I didn't see the hood explode, so I assume all of the rockers are still in there.
Yeah, he's still looking down. There we go.
There, no.
Yeah. I knew it was impossible.
Can we get a mulligan? Does that work?
Yeah. I mean, it's an SR20 gearbox. Yeah, a couple of goes, and then it will do third. SRs don't go to third when you want them to go to third. They decide. They decide themselves.
You have to drive with the car.
Yeah, the car decides not today. So from that perspective, Mike Martino looks to me like he's got a gearbox issue. Unprecedented scenes. Unprecedented that an SR20. I mean, a lot of people swapping the dog boxes out first time.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's the big move right now.
We make fun of it, but I have a lot of SR20s, and I feel Mike's pain here because they are, you know, a beautiful engine, and the thing when they're in an SR, in an S15 or 14 or 13, the most balanced chassis to drift. The only problem is the parts were never made for this kind of use. And Mike, I'm not going to say he's been abusing it all weekend, but I'm kind of saying he's been abusing it all weekend. This car has done a lot of laps, and for a car that could easily just rock into the car show and be as cool as anything else here, you got to respect it.
I think it was in the car show at one point in time.
I think so.
Yeah.
Toronto, you still having some fun out there? That's what we want to hear. So Mike Martino, just failure to launch. Good romantic comedy. Failure to launch on the first corner, and he's going to get a decision here. It's going to be Tommy Lemire, and it's for a spot in the final four. Cerise is down with the man of the moment right now, Mike Martino, and Tommy Lemire. No second run, Cerise. Well, I'm not sure if we're losing audio on Cerise there. I'm gonna paraphrase what happened. Mike Martino said SR20 for life, and Tommy Lemire says, I win. And that was the whole thing there. So Tommy Lemire goes through to the top 4 into the semi-final. Tommy, so we got a Canadian in there, an Australian in there, and an American in there.
All of them walk into a bar.
It sounds like the start of a good joke. An Australian, an American, and a Canadian walk into a bar.
Yeah. They all walk into a racetrack. Everyone cheered.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it is the last time we will see an SR20 on track this weekend. Don't switch the dial though. There's still good battles coming. I know a lot of you are going to leave and go.
We can take a moment.
What more is there to drifting than watching an SR20?
Do you need 30 seconds of silence?
A memorial will be placed after the event for the gearbox in Mike Martino's car. Third gear, I think, left the chat there. That's what happened. Second gear, still good for donuts and getting it home. You can do the classic SR second to fourth shift.
He tried going into third there again. Did not work.
No. Third gear left the chat. And the thing about it is that you don't even need it. That's how beautiful the SR is. It says, why would you third, second or fourth? That's all you need. Motorway, donuts. So it is going to be Lemire going through. We didn't get to see Tommy Lemire at his best. He's keeping his car as close to his chest because he hasn't had a chase run in that. He didn't even get into it. So if I was Jay the Drifter, or sorry, if I was the winner of the next battle, which will be between Yearwood and Hamilton, I'll be watching out for Lemire. He's the...
This is going to be really good. I mean, Lee Yearwood is on one today. He has been crushing it. He has had more seat time than probably anybody here.
I can guarantee you one thing about this battle. A lot of smiles. A lot of smiles in this one. Lee Yearwood in the RB30 E92. Hamilton in the V8 240 SX. Two guys that haven't put a foot wrong all weekend. Someone's got to go down here. Last spot in the final 4 up for grabs.
Nate Hamilton, great initiation. Lee right there with them. Lee doing what he has been doing all weekend, absolutely crushing. As Nate Hamilton, Mr. Perfect, on and off the track, getting into all those zones, but Lee not letting him slow down. And there goes Lee diving in, keeping that car controlled, overshooting a little, back on the power, Lee. And they get across the line. Lee does keep it off the dirt, though.
Yeah, it's a good run from both drivers. I think you get two guys that are enjoying this track. You can see that after they figured it out. They've figured out this layout. They're in the zone. They're aiming for the top 4. To me, this is Lee Yearwood and Nate Hamilton at their best.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton, I can't get over how Mr. Consistent he is. Just every zone.
Perfect qualifying run. Perfect qualifying run.
Perfect smile, perfect qualifying run. Like, this is Mr. Perfect. A new nickname, Mr. Perfect. Nate Hamilton just doing a phenomenal job.
We watch, we go, oh, look at that. Lee Yearwood dives in, but he overwashes. But I like the proximity. He went for it. Hamilton's run was probably, I think, the best pass of the circuit we've seen this weekend.
Yeah.
If that was his qualifying run, he'd be #1 qualifier.
100%.
He's learning as he goes, and that's the most important thing. He's learning every lap where the limits are, and that makes him dangerous because he's found them. And now he knows what he can do.
I'm not sure if he's not. He could be AI. He may actually just be a robot. He's just learning with every pass.
He's too smiley to be a robot.
That's what they want you to think.
Wow.
Yeah, deep.
Now who's got the tinfoil?
You can hear it crinkling away.
Yeah, crinkling in the background. So Nate Hamilton, who now is a cyborg, according to Jacob, goes up against Lee Yearwood.
Who is definitely not a cyborg.
No.
No.
Far too smiley to be a cyborg.
Very smiley.
So here we go. Lee Yearwood off the start line. Nate Hamilton in the chase. Lee Yearwood nearly clipping the wall on the way out of the chicane. Look at Nate Hamilton coming in on his door. Lee Yearwood firing through. The pace of that car is insane. As now Hamilton makes that clever dive on the inside, just running a wheel on the inside. But look how much proximity he gets as he fires through. Hamilton now with Lee Yearwood. Can he do what Lee Yearwood couldn't do? Yes, he can. Oh, but Hamilton. Wow. He is going to need to vacuum the inside of that car straight away. That was a lot of dust, a lot of dirt. Hard to know if it's going to be a deciding factor. Up till then, it was pretty much perfect for both lead and chase.
I love how Lee was lighting the tires the moment he left the line. And then out in front, Lee does a great job, and as you said during the commentary, watch what Nate does here. Holds back just a little bit longer so he can dive in, but it gives him a little bit too much speed, and you can see how he's just following behind Lee Yearwood, and then Lee right here starts to dive to that inside point, but then Nate starts to push wider, and Lee just keeps it barely on track, one wheel off, but then Nate, 2 wheels off. So we don't have zeros, but that is a pretty big mistake.
No zeros.
No zeros.
Plenty of heroes.
Lots of heroes.
And this has been a really, really good top 16. I've enjoyed the mixed match battles, the different engine setups, the different builds. Nate Hamilton coming in for the result. Lee Yearwood coming up. I don't know. I mean, there was a big mistake from Hamilton, but he kind of looked better over the 2 runs. I have no idea which way this one's going to go.
No, could go either way. Could go one more time. I'm cool with whatever we decide.
Guys, give it up for Nate Hamilton and Lee Yearwood. Toronto, let me hear you. Decision dropping in. Which way is it going to go? Nate Hamilton gets the win. Nate Hamilton gets the win. Nate getting the call and going through to the top 4 to face Tommy Lemire. That's going to be a loud one.
That is going to be wild.
Wow, give it up for Lee Yearwood, guys. What a show he's put on over the last 2 days. And that Orbi 30 E92, love to see it. The most reliable Orbi on the planet.
Yeah, he's been crushing it all day. I really do think he's turned more laps than anybody else.
Oh, and every one of them has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
So he's got to the top 8. He knocks out there. So we are left with 4 drivers in the competition. Luke Fink goes head-to-head with Adam LZ. Tommy Lemire against Nate Hamilton. And you know what? I'd kind of say if you were going from the start of the event to now, it's kind of the 4 you'd pick as the most consistent drivers in the competition.
Yeah, this is a great bracket. Every battle that is left here, no matter how this plays out, is going to be phenomenal. Please don't go anywhere. You cannot miss what's about to happen.
It's going to be wild. Well, guys, we are into the top 4 very soon after some words from our partners here at the LZ World Tour. Don't go anywhere. The finals are next.
I drive Link.
All right, we are back here at Toronto Motorsport Park for the LZ World Tour Canadian stop. I do want to know, I think I've got a good idea, but for everybody here that has traveled from Quebec, let's hear you guys cheer. I want to hear how many Quebecers we got in the house. Nice. All right, everybody from Ontario, how many we got? Do we have any Newfies here? I think I heard one. I think we've got one Newfie in the building. Anybody coming from the U.S.? Okay, a couple. All right, love it. So next up, it's going to be our Final Four battle between Luke Fink and Adam LZ. This is going to be phenomenal battle. We've got Corvette versus BMW. How many people think Adam LZ is going to take this home? And what about Luke Fink? Ooh. I think you guys think Luke Fink might take this. That's what I'm hearing. Am I crazy? Got Luke in the burnout box. That Corvette being consistent all day. Getting ready to battle it out with Adam LZ. Once again, my name is Jacob Gettins, like a Dave Egan next to me. This has been a phenomenal weekend.
I've had a lot of fun.
Good.
Jacob, I'm glad we got to spend this time together.
This has been great.
We've talked about good battles. We've talked about Canadian culture. We've crossed references across the world. We've shown what Canada's got to offer. And you know what it has? A lot to offer. I've been enjoying every minute of it here. I think Canada has it going on.
It's got something.
Do you know what it is? Smiles on faces. So many positive people. And they all came together this weekend to show the whole car scene, from the builds to the drivers to the pro guys to the amateur guys here in Toronto Motorsports Park. I've had a blast. I hope you guys have had a blast too. We are having fun. And you know what? We got some battles to go. We got the finals. Top four. Fink versus LZ. Lemire versus Hamilton.
Oh. Lemire and Hamilton.
Two Americans, an Australian, and a Canadian walk into a bar. And that would be a good night. A very good night.
That would be a long night.
Yeah.
That would be a very long night.
I think Luke Fink could be carrying all three out.
100%. I mean, Canadians,
I don't know,
put him back.
Yeah, Tommy Lemire.
Yeah.
Dark horse. One Canadian left in the competition, Jacob. Could he do it?
I think so. I think Tommy's got it. This crowd would go insane.
So Tommy Lemire is still in there, but this is the one. I mean, if you're a fan of the content that Fink and LZ put out there, this is what you want to see. These two guys have been all over the world together. But Fink giving away a lot of horsepower here. You can see Colette Davis running out the track because Adam LZ forgot his gloves. There you go. Teamwork. It's all teamwork.
He'd forget his head if it wasn't for Colette.
Yeah. So Adam LZ goes, I think I'm missing. Oh, my gloves. Yeah, get the gloves going.
I think you just called her.
Even Nick Swan's got the gloves on.
I know. Those are classic, though. Nick Swan's always.
Nick Swan, high-vis gloves.
Always.
See my hands. You can see my hands.
Yeah, see my hands.
Here we go. We're ready to go. Toronto, are you ready? Fink versus LZ. Here we go. Fink through the gears. LZ not letting him get away as they come into that first corner. Fink up onto the wall as LZ throws a huge amount of angle at this. This is what we came here to see. Fink pouring on the power. LZ on the left foot brake. Look at that transition from Adam LZ as he fires up. LZ on the transition. Big backwards entry from Luke Fink.
No way!
But LZ handles it. That's what we came here to see.
Holy Mackinac, I can't believe it. Luke Fink held on to that. I've been waiting for that all day. Our judges are in disbelief.
I have a feeling that Luke Fink threw a backy, looked at Adam LZ and just said, what's up?
Watch
and then
this.
went back into the corner again.
Wow. I mean, you should have known at that initiation, Luke Fink came to party. He's like, you know what? Win, lose, I'm here to put on a show. Watching through this transition, Adam LZ, he's listening. He's taking notes. He did exactly what he's supposed to do. Held off until he got into the power alley. And then Luke Fink, full backy.
And look at Adam LZ on the handbrake going, what are you doing? Oh, we're going again. We're going again.
The fact that he held on to that is so hard to do here.
Well, I'll be honest. I haven't never seen a backy in the lead position in a battle this late in competition in my lifetime.
And it hit.
And we're fine.
I know.
Everything's fine. Wow,
that's
Adam
the move.
LZ, what do you got?
That's the meta right now.
So Luke Fink, he knew he had to do something special in the lead because he hasn't got all the pace in the chase, but he's made a statement.
I think Adam's got to throw backy now.
I feel Adam LZ has got to do something special, but Fink's coming for this one. Off the line they go. LZ in the lead position. Luke Fink in the chase. Fink's with him on entry, not letting him get away. Big angle from Adam LZ, almost 90 on the way in. Fink hopping the curbs. As he stays in it, LZ puts the throttle down to Fink. Clever, has to cut the curb, has to stay with LZ. Expect a big dive from Fink here. And you get another backy in the chase position. And Adam LZ almost off the track.
No!
Oh, that's what we came here to see.
Double back. Who throws a backy in the chase?
Judges, I don't know.
What? How do you judge that? Adam LZ out front, great initiation, little left foot brake stab there to get the car to rotation. Goes out to the outer zone using all the track, looking super stable, super crazy. Luke Fink, good job through the transition here as we get into the power alley. And then keep your eyes on Luke Fink. Adam's doing a great job, but Luke Fink steals the show behind him and lands it again and is able to get proximity after. While Adam LZ's checking his mirrors going, holy cow, we did it again, and goes off track.
I don't know. I thought I'd seen it all. I had not seen it all.
Mark it on your calendar.
That might be the wildest 2 runs I've seen all year in drifting.
Dave Egan speechless for the first time in his life.
2 backies in the lead of the chase.
Are you not entertained?
With the stereo on.
Yeah, for sure.
Luke Fink, something wrong with that guy. Something wrong with that guy. Toronto, if you are entertained by these 2 incredible drivers, let's hear it for Luke Fink and Adam LZ. Are you not entertained?
My. All right. I got you two playing a game of... These guys are playing a game of backy horse out here.
No, I was saying I did a terrible lead. Luke did the most gangster backy.
I should have hit him.
You definitely know how to put on a show. I think the crowd appreciated it. What did you think, guys? Backy after backy. All right. The judges still need to deliberate. We're going to see who won this one. That was insanely fun to watch as these 2 talk about it. See, we're waiting for the result as we speak.
Cerise, that was unbelievable. Let's see who's going to get the win here.
It was so tempting to try to follow you in backwards, but I tried to do it in practice and I spun out. So I was like, I had the front seat view of that backy and it was beautiful.
The backy and chase though, I was coming in, I trust you, you know what I mean? So I know you're going to light it off. So it's just like so much fun.
Here we go, result coming in.
You judges ready for a
Luke Fink gets the win. Luke Fink gets the win. What have we learned? Nothing. We've learned nothing. I think we've set drifting back 10 years.
No.
People are going to be backing in the lead, the chase, everywhere now. Luke Fink has changed the game here.
Everybody here today, remember where you were when drifting changed forever. We're going to see backies and competitions everywhere.
If you're not over 90 degrees in the lead and chase, don't even turn up.
Yeah, don't even show up to the event.
Adam LZ had the perfect view of it, though. LZ still has a shot at the podium, though, in the 3rd and 4th place playoff.
Here's what I know. Shoeies are going to happen.
I think so.
We are going to, rest in peace your socks.
We know we've got a Fink in the final.
We've got a Fink in the final.
That's Luke's first final of the year. First final of the year, but he earned it. I mean, I don't know.
He's my favorite first
I love
Fink.
how we're supposed to be here explaining what's going on, and he's defied gravity twice. Yeah. And we're supposed to just be like, well, you know, in the lead position, what we often find works really well is completely losing control of the car momentarily, going backwards and then going back on the line. Adam LZ was like, I don't know what to do with that. But what I love about it is that backies didn't affect the leader of the chase, so he actually pulled it off.
That's the crazy part. I mean, backies are great, but to do it while staying on line.
Yeah, next up we got 2 cars that don't have the front ends they came with. It is going to be Nate Hamilton against Tommy Lemire. There is so many swapped panels on these 2 cars, but I think they're going to swap doors by the end of this one. Nate Hamilton in the lead position as the higher qualifier. Who is going to go to the final to taste the backy master?
They're going to be tasting shoeies.
They are going to be looking straight in the eyes of Luke Fink all over the track. Here we go. Nate Hamilton in the lead. Tommy Lemire, Canadian pride on the line.
All right, Nate Hamilton, good initiation. Tommy Lemire saying, watch this as he gets in on the door of Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton just crushing, but Tommy Lemire not giving him an inch. Tommy Lemire diving back in. Let's see. Can he hang on to it? Nate Hamilton going wide. Tommy Lemire says, nope, not today. As he pushes it around, there we go.
You know who stood out to me in that battle? That drone pilot. That little switch at the end, that was sweet.
Perfect.
Tommy, I told you, Tommy Lemire has been unleashed, is probably the right word in that battle. Look at this. Like Nate Hamilton, he's got that smooth, beautiful lead run. Tommy Lemire would have watched Nate Hamilton all the way through the competition and said, this is the guy you can take a risk with. And Tommy Lemire does exactly that. It's the closest anybody's been at Outer Zone 4. Right together as they come down. Sometimes you'll get this track and say, I'm not sure it works too good. When you get two drivers like this, it works great. But Nate Hamilton just losing a little bit of traction, allowing Tommy Lemire to get back up on the door. This is the first time I think Nate Hamilton's been under this kind of pressure since the start of the competition. He's got to be on his A game from here.
And if there's anything I know about Nate Hamilton is he drives better under pressure, and he drives better when he's having fun. Right now, they are having an absolute blast.
Oh, we're hearing Nate Hamilton, the reason that wash happened, because I was thinking, Mr. Perfect doesn't make mistakes. DB'd on the back of Nate Hamilton's car, which is why he washed off the track at the end. So for a moment, you were fooled into thinking that Nate Hamilton makes errors. Not so much. The tire came off the car. So Tommy Lemire sits there waiting for Nate Hamilton. We're going to wait 5 minutes to see him come back out, throw a tire on that car, and make sure he is ready to go. Hard to know. I mean, there's going to be a little team talk at Nate Hamilton's camp here to say, Nate, you got to step up here. Tommy is on it.
I think he's secretly DB'd it on purpose so he could add more power to keep up with Tommy Lemire. Tinfoil hat strikes again.
I mean, that's the static electricity in here created by your head right now.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But it was unusual how Nate was on the right line and then washed off, and then all of a sudden we noticed Tommy, get really close, and that was obviously because Nate only spinning one wheel. Now, special edition battle. We're going to have Tommy Lemire versus the guy on the scooter.
Here we go.
Top 4 battle coming up.
That scooter is running much better than when we saw it last.
As you can see, they've tuned the scooter. It's now running much better.
Yeah.
He's having a talk with a guy here saying, look, we plugged in a Link ECU. We checked all the maps. We checked the tune, and it was running too rich. So we turned it down a little bit, up the boost, and now Tommy Lemire looking over saying, I don't know if I've got enough car for this.
And it looks like our boy Jovier there checking out the tires to make sure they are meeting tread pattern.
Yeah.
Okay. 233 Tommy Lemire against
Scooter Guy is ready. Okay, we are ready. Judges, are you ready? Scooter Guy versus Tommy Lemire is our bonus battle.
Oh no. Are we getting a delayed start?
He's DB'd it.
Already?
He's DB'd it the one tire he had.
So much horsepower.
Yeah, just too much. In the burnout box, he was just lighting them up.
You can see the frustration on his face already.
Yeah. So, and I mean, I don't know, the Scooter Guy here at the moment, to me, so he's, this moment in time, he's just having a look down going, why are we waiting? I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's only got like $5 worth of fuel in there. He can't sit there that long.
It's weight savings.
It's weight saving. He can't put all that fuel in there.
No.
You know what I mean? Tommy Lemire's got a bigger tank. You know what I mean? Got a little bit of an advantage.
The power to weight ratio. I mean, this is a really
and then we got a
interesting
third competitor. We're
combination.
having a drone and a scooter and Tommy Lemire in one battle. I think the drone will be pretty quick here.
Anything could happen. Adam LZ World Tour.
Exactly. Well, we just wait for Nate Hamilton. We're going to throw to a couple of ads from our partners. Don't go anywhere. Second half of the battle between Lemire and Hamilton coming up next.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gushin.
I'm Matfield. I drive Lincoln.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I drive
Link.
Well, it looks like we are back and ready to go here as Tommy Lemire and Nate Hamilton will go for their second half of their battle. To be fair, not much in it. We had a D-beat from Nate Hamilton, but he kept it on the track.
Yeah, it's wild. These guys are so well matched. They're both masters of their craft. Similar chassis, different engines, but just wild.
Good drivers, good battles. We're expecting fireworks as they come off the line. Lemire in the lead position. Canada still in the fight. Look at Hamilton, though. Going for it. Big angle for both drivers, but Lemire's got all the pace for that first corner. Tommy Lemire absolutely flying through. Nate Hamilton have to straighten a little bit just to stay with Lemire's pace. And Lemire's hitting the zones. He's not cutting track here. Can he slow that car down? Oh, Hamilton with the big Hail Mary from downtown.
Wow.
I like that. He wasn't giving up on that one towards the end. Hamilton coming in with fire at the end.
How he checked that car up, I'm not sure. I mean,
I thought that was going to be a big old crash.
I thought he was plowing into it. I thought we were going to have to wait longer, but no, Nate Hamilton knew what he was doing. Tommy Lemire loved that feint initiation. Nate Hamilton here kind of playing it a little bit safe, but Tommy Lemire keeping everything online, and then you see Hamilton here, classic again, dives in just before they get into that power alley, but Tommy Lemire just lights it off. And
then, see, Tommy, for me, he's been fast all weekend, but he hasn't been always so accurate.
Yeah.
This is a great run. He gets every zone on the track, so he's fast, and he's not cutting track to do it. Hamilton, I think he just tried everything he had, but he couldn't catch him.
Oh.
Now, we don't know which way the judges are going to call this one. There was some errors in the first run from both sides. What we do know is it was loud, it was smoky, it was fun. It was US versus Canada. Tommy Lemire, tell you what, he's feeling it. Hamilton also not putting a foot wrong really the whole weekend.
No.
Again, super consistent as they hop out. Nate Hamilton and Tommy Lemire. Cerise is down on track. Cerise, that was an epic battle.
All right, everybody, give it up for Nate Hamilton and Tommy Lemire. All right. All right, we got two pro drivers out here at the LZ World Tour in Toronto. You guys definitely put on a show. These are massive amounts of power, both out here on the track. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. You know, Nate Hamilton, I've been watching him since I'm a little kid, so it's an honor to be able to battle him today.
Absolutely, I'm in my zone, man, and I knew I had a big battle right here. Let's see how it goes.
You know, they say don't meet your heroes, but I think this is an exception. All right, you guys both put on a phenomenal show. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna wait for the judges to give a deliberation.
Yeah, here we go. Decision in. Who's going to the final? Who's going up against LZ in third and fourth? Decision dropping in. And it's Tommy Lemire. Tommy Lemire gets the win. Going through. Even the win sign was wide up.
Oh! Was not expecting that.
That is the best backy we've seen today.
That was phenomenal.
Unbelievable.
Just when you thought this kid couldn't get any cooler.
These, we need a replay of the I've never asked for a replay of a win of celebrating before.
Oh my God.
Well, that was phenomenal. A backflip off the car from Tommy Lemire. Nate Hamilton's like, what is this, superhuman day?
Yeah.
So we're going to see LZ versus Hamilton third and fourth. And Tommy Lemire, who can do backflips, went up against Luke Fink, who can do backies.
Ooh, backflip on backy.
Yeah, I'd like to see Luke Fink try a backflip. That would be pretty interesting.
I
think Tommy Lemire has a better shot at a backy than Luke Fink has at a backflip. I'm just putting it out there.
I think he would surprise you. I have a feeling Luke
if
Fink
Luke Fink does a backflip, I'm going to turn drifting off today and go, we have completed it. We're going to hit the credits. We're going to go, thank you guys, that was drifting. It's over. Luke Fink did a backflip. Tommy Lemire was, I don't know, did a somersault.
Oh, man.
Nate Hamilton smiled.
Yeah.
And LZ just tried to smash everyone's doors in.
Perfect story.
Perfect story. There's your three headlines. So we've got Canada versus Australia in the final. Nice.
I know, it's great.
It's
like
an international tour. That's what it's all about. So Nate Hamilton, super consistent. LZ, super consistent. They're going up for the last spot in the podium. And then Luke Fink, Tommy Lemire. I'm looking forward to that one. What's Fink going to do?
I have no idea.
How does Tommy Lemire deal with that?
I think Tommy just has to throw backy. That's
and
it.
How does Luke Fink deal with the physical fitness of Tommy Lemire?
That is tough. It's not like they have to have like a wrestling match afterwards. Although we could put that in. Maybe gymnastics. I think Luke Fink can do a massive cartwheel.
So we're gonna do gymnastics at the end. I think that's gotta happen.
I'm just throwing ideas out there, man. If it sticks, it sticks.
I've lost. See this pen? It's gone.
It's gone.
No point writing it down.
No,
I'm not writing it down anymore. I've lost I don't know what's happening.
No.
How do you do 2 backwards entries and get in the final?
And then we get a backflip.
And then we get a backflip off the top of the car. And if you're just joining us now, that makes no sense in any language.
But that's what this is.
Are
what
you
the whole
entertained?
weekend's been like.
I'm entertained. Are you entertained? I think you guys should be entertained.
If you told me at the beginning of this weekend that SR20s would be crushing things,
see this? See this is drifting. This is drifting. Doesn't make any sense.
Broken.
Gone. Drifting's over. SR20s survived throughout an entire event. People are doing backflips, backies.
RB30's crushing it.
Orbeez reliable. SR is reliable. There you go.
Canadian and Australian in the finals.
Yeah. Come to Canada.
Yeah. Adam LZ, Nate Hamilton going for 3rd. Like,
Mr. Consistent versus Mr. Consistent. I'm looking forward to the LZ. Usually, the 3rd and 4th place, what I'm not that excited about.
No.
But the fact that Hamilton and LZ haven't made any mistakes this weekend, what do you think?
I think I came to the right event. That's it.
Yeah, sorry, I got to put this back together.
Yeah, we need that for later.
Actually, this was my information for what's happening, so I'm sorry about that. Got any tape? Any got tape?
Oh,
got
man.
tape? No tape. All right.
No, if you're here, if you're watching online, that's one thing. If you're here in the crowd, you can feel the energy. Like we got a window in front of us. I can feel how excited everybody is. This is great.
Toronto has been amazing.
Oh, it's
amazing. And we didn't. We had to wait. Sorry, it doesn't make any sense. It made no sense for a while because we were getting a little scrappy in the battles. Then all of a sudden, boom, we're away. Fink and LZ highlight reel stuff. I think we'll be watching that for a long time. That's when you see it and you go, oh, there's a reel. There's a TikTok.
There's a clip.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
And then we go straight to Tommy Lemire doing a backflip. Not that his driving isn't exceptional, but I've never seen a driver do a backflip off the top of a car. So I'm impressed.
It was a perfect one. Like big and arcing. It wasn't even like you just like kind of whipped it. It was huge.
Yeah, so we got Nate Hamilton now changing tires just so we can get up against LZ. They're going to be gripping those 2 cars up.
Oh, it's going to be fast.
And Jacob, it's been great to have you here. A Canadian and an Irish guy calling all of this nonsense.
I know.
Has been a lot of fun.
Oh,
I've enjoyed it.
It's been great.
Hope you guys have enjoyed it too. We're having a blast. I'm a little worn out, by the way.
Yeah?
First of all, I got burnt here again very badly. Sunny, and then I got wind burn earlier on, so that's so very Irish in that sense. And then we've seen crazy stuff all day. Fantasy battles were awesome.
Yeah.
A lot of broken bumpers. A lot of broken hearts.
I'm sure at the beginning of this someone said, oh, we're going to Canada. Okay, well, I'm not sure why we're going to Canada. And now, all of those doubters, it's gone. That's why you come to Canada.
Because, people, Canada, it'll be reasonable. It'll be polite. It'll be mild.
Yeah.
No, it's been wild. And we go to Australia in a couple of weeks. We hope you guys, if you're watching in from Australia, you're coming. Mad Mike's going to be there. Adam LZ's going to be there. Everyone's going to be there. And it's going to be wild. It's going to be one of the biggest events that we've ever seen in Australia. And huge support. But before we get to the finals, it's going to be LZ and Hamilton. Then it's going to be Tommy Lemire, backflip boy, against Fink, backy boy.
Backy boy.
And now we're going to go to a couple of small commercials. Stay with us. Hamilton's getting tires, so you might as well support some of our partners here at this incredible series. We're going to see you guys in a few minutes for the finals.
Since 1997, Vibrant Performance made its mark as one of the industry leaders in the development and engineering of exhaust and induction components for the automotive aftermarket. Over the years, Vibrant has seen its evolution pivot from the chambers of an exhaust and induction components brand to becoming the primary source of professional fabrication components for professional fabricators. Please be sure to find us at vibrantperformance.com.
Hey guys, Jeff Jones here.
I'm Dylan Hughes.
I'm Travis Reeder.
I'm Ken Gusha.
I'm Matt Field. I drive Link.
They are the most reliable ECU around, and they always deliver.
Their global tech support gives me the advice I need every time I need it.
Their products are super easy to install and easy to set up for the performance that I want.
They stand behind their products and support their customers.
They're always innovating and delivering great new products and performance features.
I
drive Link.
So we are ready to go. It's the finals here in Toronto Motorsports Park. Didn't get it, Toronto. Not
you
Toronto.
got it. No, you did it. Yeah.
Not Toronto, Toronto.
Toronto. That's it.
LZ versus Nate Hamilton, two guys who've made no errors all weekend. However, they were a little, the flair of their opponents knocked them out of competition.
Yeah.
But now they're head to head. And Nate Hamilton has tasted the podium this year. So has LZ. But it's the last spot on the podium. Someone here is getting nothing for all their efforts. So this might, you know, even if you're in the final, you know you're in the final. You're a guy on the back. This is all for, like, you get nothing at the end.
Yeah.
So I think LZ is going to want that skateboard deck. I think Nate Hamilton's going to another one. Look at Nate Hamilton. He's really close over to Nick Swan there. Maybe he's trying to cut the corner a little bit to get him as much pace as possible on this run-up.
It is a tight chicane. I mean, it's, yeah.
Okay, we're ready to go. Marshall's saying track is clear. Toronto, are you with me? Here we go for third step on the podium. LZ versus Hamilton. Coming through the chicane. LZ going through the gears. Look at Hamilton. He is flat up on the rear end of LZ's car. In the first corner they go. Hamilton losing a little bit of ground. Oh, and he's bumped the curb. He's lost a lot of momentum as LZ left foot brakes and puts the power down. Hamilton got to try and play catch up here. Big mistake on the first corner. First mistake we've seen Nate Hamilton make. And he's still trying to clamber back into this one. But LZ knew as fast and as precise as he could be would be the advantage. No games on either side. But look to me, once Hamilton bopped the curb, he lost the front end, had to resettle the car. And that moment, just that slight moment, was enough to give LZ the advantage of pace through the course.
Yeah, and the way that these guys are, I mean, you have to be perfect to be winning this. And Adam has a phenomenal lead, but right here, you see just Nate has a little bit of a bobble, and that's all it takes. But Adam has already got the jets on, leaving Nate behind. So
only thing, LZ a little tight on the first corner, a little tight on
there's room.
You see those little markers on the track. He was a little tight, not crazy tight, but I'm not sure if it really affects Hamilton that much. But you know what? Not perfect from LZ when you look at the replay. So still to play for here. Still to play for.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance. That's the thing. That's the best part about drifting. Anything can happen. We have no idea what's going to happen.
It can switch back the other way so quickly with one error. We've watched it happen all weekend. This is it. Second run. Hamilton in the lead. LZ in the chase. Now LZ puts it on the door here. He'll take third step. But easier said than done. Here following little text, Nate Hamilton, who is going to go for this one.
All right, let's see what happens here as Nate Hamilton comes out of the chicane. Adam starting to move over. Nate with a great initiation. Yes, it is. Right on the wall, but Adam right there with them. Looking for it. Adam, if he's going to win, he's going to win for sure. And Nate Hamilton doing a phenomenal job out front while Adam just right there on his bumper the entire way through. Adam diving back in on Nate Hamilton. Nate shoring up a little bit more, giving him the international sign to tap this door.
That might be the best chase run we've watched all weekend.
That was
It's got to be. The proximity from start to finish, we always talk about it. You can't have a good chase without a good lead. Hamilton did his job, but I think LZ took a lot of risk here that he didn't need to. Look how close.
Look, yeah, just super close as he starts to dive in. I mean, Adam really didn't need to do that. And look at Nate telling him at the beginning of the run, tap this door.
Such confidence.
Invitation sent and received. RSVP
This is the impressive
today.
part for me. Nobody's been this close here.
No.
And watch the transition. Mimics Hamilton.
Gets
And
on
look
the
at
power.
that. Doesn't get caught up. And right here, he's in the pocket, ready to go up onto the door.
Another one.
Hamilton's like, hit the door.
Come on.
One-handed.
Just
These
wave at
guys,
him.
they're showmen.
Yeah. And
they just
keep
continued
going.
after the finish line to another corner that didn't exist on the track.
Good job to both of these drivers. Everyone in the stands, come on, let's get a big round of applause for both these guys. All the way back, come on, we want to hear you over those engines. Let's go, Canada!
They're hyped.
They're
I'm hyped.
stoked. Pumped.
So Cerise is down with our drivers on the track. Nate Hamilton, LZ, what a battle.
All right, we got another set of pro drivers here at the LZ World Tour. Guys, phenomenal job. Again, you're putting on a good show for us. We got two totally different platforms here. A lot of power. How are you feeling going against Nate Hamilton?
Nate, buttery smooth leads. One of my favorite drivers to chase. I was able to just do exactly what I wanted, and man, that was fun.
And how do you feel about driving with Adam LZ?
Yeah, man, super proud of Adam. Canada, I can hear you guys, man. That was epic. I know Adam got third because my chase was not there, but proud to be here. Thank you, Canada. Thank you, Adam.
Always such a good sport either way. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We're waiting for the score from
Yeah, it's going to
Teller.
be third step on the podium, Hamilton and LZ. Here we go, drop it in. Adam LZ gets the win. Adam LZ on the podium in the third step. Nate Hamilton, the prophet. And you know what, I love that about pro drivers. They almost know themselves, right?
Yeah.
Nate knew I couldn't get close, he got close, that's how it works.
Yeah, and Adam's driving all weekend has been incredible. So is Nate's. I mean, Nate, just Mr. Perfect. It's amazing. I mean, that's really the only mistake we've seen from him, even in practice. Like, if you watched him in practice, you knew he was going to shred. So great to see Adam up on the podium.
Yeah, he's back on the podium again. It's been a while since Englishtown. He was there in third. He gets third at our third stop. A lot of thirds. You know what? It's nice to see him there. And again, I think he's deserved it. I think bar the ridiculousness of Luke Fink, he would have been there in the final today. But hey, Luke Fink, Tommy Lemire, that's our final. LZ absolutely sending the E36 in front of the fans here. And what a phenomenal group of fans we've had this weekend. Canada, you have been incredible. And you know what? They've been loud all day, but they're definitely going to be loud now because it's the final.
This is it.
For all the marbles.
All of them.
Yep. You can go home with them all. Actually, a skateboard deck. Not. We don't have like personalized marbles, but still, it's an analogy.
Write that down.
It's an analogy.
Yeah.
So
All the
LZ will
tidbits.
take third. We will then see. It's funny because he has a Euro license plate on the back of the car, which is normal to me, but probably not to people.
Yeah, super. Yeah.
Maybe
no.
that's got like, is that novel here?
Yeah, no, for sure. There's
Yeah.
like companies that make fake Euro ones. If you
Wow.
get like a real Euro one, it's like, yeah.
That's so funny to us.
I'll give you an Ontario one to take home.
I would love that. Here we go. Well, I'll tell you what, who wants to take home a skateboard deck? Well, one says 1 and one says 2. We got 2 drivers that the confidence levels are so high right now that they are ready to put down. Luke Fink, all the way from Australia. Tommy Lemire from Canada. Can Canada win the Canadian stop of the LZ World Tour? What do Toronto think? Can Canada do it? They're quietly reserved because they've watched the 2 backies from Luke Fink, I guess. Right, here we go. It's going to be Luke Fink in the lead position in the blue Corvette. Tommy Lemire in the S14.9 in the chase. Last battle of the whole weekend. This is the final. Fink in the lead, Lemire in the chase.
Luke Fink, big initiation. Tommy Lemire not giving him anything as they go super wide through that first outside zone. Tommy Lemire right there like a nightmare. Luke Fink gets into the power alley. Tommy right there. As they transition out, do we get another backy? We do! Luke Fink throwing down. Tommy Lemire pounding into the side of him, and that's it. Wow.
That is how you finish an event.
Wow.
So Lemire waited for Fink to kind of come back on angle, and then he just smashed his door in. That's almost like that's crazy.
Oh man, this
Wow.
replay, you see how phenomenal both these guys are and the confidence there.
This, for me, the transition. Watch Lemire's the front bumper, whoop, and then on
Right
the
in.
power again. Fink just, as you can see, everything that Corvette has to get into that outer zone. And Tommy Lemire goes, oh no, he's doing it again.
knew it.
He's doing it, and he backs off, and then when he gets back on angle, Lemire goes, ha, you think that's fun? Well, you see this, boom, onto the door. That is what it's all about. A little reminder for everybody here in attendance, do not enter the track once we get to the podium. Nobody here is allowed on the track. Do not hop the K-rails and get onto the track because, you know, everyone's excited. We're all going to stay where we are, celebrate the podium after this. But, hey, who's going to be 1 and 2? It's still in the mix. Fink has got a big task here, though. A lot of pace in Lemire's car.
If you are not standing, this is your notification to get up.
Maybe my time to stand up for the final. The last run, Canada versus Australia. Lemire versus Fink. Here we go.
Tommy Lemire, big swing. Luke Fink coming in. Tommy Lemire going all the way out and using all the track to link. Luke Fink looks like he unlocked an extra 200 horsepower because he is right there with Tommy. What's Tommy going to do as we get into this last zone? Well, Luke Fink hunting him down as they come across our final inside clip. And Tommy crossed the line with Luke Fink right behind him.
I don't know.
Man.
That's a tough one.
Nope, no idea.
I think Fink had better proximity in the first section. Lemire better at the end. Good to watch, though.
Oh.
Good to watch.
This is great. I mean, the way that Luke Fink is able to make up the horsepower difference is amazing. You could not tell that this car's got a radio in it. You think it's a pro-level car the way he's driving it.
This is just a street car.
Yeah. And Tommy doing a great job out front. Luke is doing everything he can to get back into this fight.
He's cutting a little bit of track, Fink, just to stay with him. And here you can see, just can't catch Lemire to that last section.
But wow.
Unbelievable stuff from, you know, the pride of Canada, the pride of Australia, here in the LZ World Tour. International affair.
It's great.
That's what it's all about. As these guys head back, we want everybody on the concrete walls, everybody in the stands, everybody on the fence. Hands over your heads. Big round of applause for these two drivers who have entertained us no end all the way through the competition. Phenomenal job, right? I mean, these guys deserve all of your appreciation. Look at that. There we go. Tommy Lemire. I mean, whether Australia or Canada win this, either way, unprecedented in the LZ World Tour.
Yeah, it's great. This is what drifting's all about. Hanging out with your friends, driving crazy cars, people from all over the place, everyone's friend. This is it. This is what I'm here for.
Unbelievable. As they get out of their cars, Canada, make some noise for Tommy Lemire and Luke Fink. Oh, will Canada win the Canadian LZ World Tour?
I have no
Will
idea.
Australia win? It was a hell of a final. We had a hell of a time watching it. Remember, guys, do not hop the K-rails. Stay where you are behind the fences and walls when we announce these winners and the podium. Oh, Luke Fink up on the roof.
Is he going for a backflip?
Do a backflip.
Do a backflip. Come on, no.
Do a Do a backflip.
He thought about it.
He's no fun.
Yeah.
He's no fun, Luke.
Look at Tommy's teaching him. Okay,
Tommy's like, right, it's all in the hips. It's all in the hips.
Got to tuck.
You got to jump and then just pretend everything's fine.
Yeah.
Tommy Lemire, Luke Fink.
Adam LZ coming out.
I think Tommy Lemire should backflip over the 3 cars right now. That would be fantastic.
I think he's got it.
So here we have 3 drivers. Guys, give it up for Adam LZ, Tommy Lemire, Luke Fink. What a show they've put on here. Oh, it looks like we got a big, vibrant seat coming out over. So the throne.
The throne.
The throne has been passed. Who will sit upon the throne? The vibrant throne. As we finish up, that was awesome driving. Tommy Lemire, Adam LZ, congrats all around for all 3 of these guys. I think well-deserved podium, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely put on an amazing show.
Thank you to everybody that is here in attendance. We know weekends are precious, and we are so grateful that you decided to spend it with us. We couldn't have asked for a better weekend. This was amazing.
Yeah, well, no nerves for Adam LZ. He knows he's got 3rd place, and the nerves come in the final. Is Fink or Lemire? Who's going to get the win? So here we go. The judges have had their deliberations. Lemire and Fink wait for the decision. And look at that. Look at that scene.
Oh.
Nothing makes sense. No car there has the same thing at all.
Nope.
All 3 different. So we got Cerise down there. She's talking with Tommy and Luke and Adam. 3 finalists. Cerise, what a final that was. 2 incredible drivers.
These were an incredible set of battles. You all drove really, really hard. You put on a phenomenal show. The 3 of you are here. Well done. You have made it to the finals of the Toronto round of the LZ World Tour. Adam, how are you feeling right now?
This is awesome. The whole reason we do this is to get to see the driving that we like to do, and these 2 just put on an absolute clinic. It was so cool to watch, and I'm excited to see who won. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, Tommy, we are here in your homeland. How are you feeling about that right now?
I'm just happy to be here today. You know, driving with big guys like that, it's awesome. Being able to showcase also the ability to drive, so it's just amazing. Thank you very much.
That was so Canadian. It was so wonderful. Okay, Luke Fink, how are you feeling? You're all the way from Australia. You have done many, many rounds. You've been all over the world. How are you feeling right now?
Dude, this event was so damn fun. Like, from the first day practice, it just had really good vibes. Even before the crowd got here, the vibes were up there. Then when the crowd got here, it was just insane, and everyone's been so stoked, and I just love everything about it, except for this freaking wind. Seriously, I'm done with this wind.
Yeah, no. And every single one of you did have some issues that you overcame throughout the weekend, and you got out here, and now you're going to be sitting on the podium. That's a phenomenal show. Everybody give it up for your 3 winners of the LZ World Tour Toronto. This is a very serious decision. All of these drivers take their programs very seriously. We're very happy to be here. Thank you all for joining us here in Toronto. And what are the results?
Well, Cerise, we will have them drop in shortly. Will it be Lemire for Canada, Fink for Australia? Who's it going to be? The winner is Tommy Lemire! Tommy Lemire gets the win. A Canadian wins the Canadian stop of the LZ World Tour.
Just perfect.
Backflip. We're doing a backflip. Here we go. Backflip.
2, 1.
Here we go.
No.
No, not with the skateboard. No, he's going to do a backflip.
Yep.
Here we go. Yay! Tommy Lemire flying through the air.
Oh.
Look at that. There you have it. He gets his Link Engine Management cash prize, $2,500. And the skateboard decks. Can't buy those.
Nope.
You can only win them. Jimmy Oakes to congratulate Tommy Lemire. Luke Fink in second position. Adam LZ in third position. What a phenomenal end to a phenomenal event. Toronto, you have been phenomenal. And Tommy Lemire will sit upon the throne as the champion.
Yep.
So sit in the throne. Here we go.
Take a seat, Tommy. You deserve it, buddy.
Game of Thrones.
There it is.
Yep.
Drifting is coming.
There you have it.
Drifting is here.
Drifting is here. Tommy Lemire gets the win, sits upon the throne. That is a cool shot right there. International Fair, America, Canada, and Australia all together on the podium. LZ taking third, Luke Fink in second, and your winner, and the king of Canada, Tommy Lemire. He doesn't get to keep that chair. A lot of welding in that chair. That took some time.
I mean, he'll stay in Canada at least.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. It's not going anywhere. Well, guys, thank you so much for tuning in on the stream. If you were here in person, you have made history this weekend. You made everything happen. We can't thank you enough. We love each and one of you guys. Luke Fink just trying to fix his car to the podium. It's been through a lot. We hope to see you guys in Australia in a couple of weeks' time for the LZ World Tour finale, where we go to Melbourne, where we go to Calder Park. It's going to be wild. We started in New Jersey, then we went to Ireland, then we went to Canada, and we're going to finish things in Australia. It's been a phenomenal event. We want to thank each and every one of you, along with all of our partners here at the LZ World Tour. We'll see you guys on the next one, because you know what? The next one's going to be even more fiery. Jacob, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you much.
You and all of your Canadian friends have made this so special this weekend. We thank each and every one of you for watching. And as we see Luke Fink's car barely make it out of the podium, we wonder who will be at the podium in Australia. We'll see you guys then. Thank you guys, and good night.
Thank you.